Chapter 2065 Advancing Alone. Chapter 2065 Advancing Alone. Boom! Boom! Another ancient divine city was destroyed by Su Zimo. Purple clouds filled the skies as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Streaks of purple power of thunder descended and turned the emperors and ancestor gods of the divine city into ashes. This was no ordinary power of thunder. The purple lightning contained the comprehension of the martial Tao prime body towards tribulation. Under the envelopment of the purple heavenly tribulation, the divine city was reduced to ruins. This was already the 10th divine city that Su Zimo had crushed. Flames, floods, earth ruptures, skies collapsing, ice, terrifying calamities descended on God's mainland. Those powerful divine powers were at the fingertips of the martial Tao prime body. Even the most ordinary dharmic art would be devastating for the god race if it was released by him. Su Zimo led everyone from Tianhuang mainland west, and killed any god race being that dared to stop him with a flick of his finger. Right from the beginning, everyone from Tianhuang mainland that followed him did not attack. Everyone from Tianhuang mainland was now used to this scene. From their initial resistance, retaliation and prideful contempt, the god race beings were now only left with panic and fear as they fled in all directions. In the face of absolute power, the god race beings were in a sorry state and were no different from other living beings. The noble pride of the god race was crushed by Su Zimo. "I don't believe it!" A god race being with disheveled hair broke free from the dust and soared into the air, shouting at Su Zimo. "You're just a puny human with a weak bloodline. How can you compare to the god race?" In fact, Su Zimo did not even attack and merely glanced at that person indifferently. The bloodline of the god race being evaporated into nothingness. "Who opened the gates of hell and unleashed these fiends of the east? Everyone, flee for your lives. Darkness has already descended." Some of the god race beings fell into the dust in a daze. Su Zimo led everyone from Tianhuang mainland forward and ignored the god race beings. He maintained some restraint in his attacks unless some god race beings had death wishes and wanted to challenge him. Otherwise, he would only kill the ancestor gods and emperors in every divine city he passed. Su Zimo wanted to kill all the ancestor gods and emperors of God's mainland. "The hell fiends are headed west. Everyone, head to the central divine city. The high priest and our god emperor are gathering an army there, prepared to fight these fiends to the death. The high priest has sent an oracle. Everyone, hurry and seek refuge in the central divine city. The high priest and god emperor are in the central divine city and are prepared to kill this fiend emperor from Tianhuang mainland to purge away the darkness." One after another, news spread through the entire god's mainland. More and more god race beings fled and abandoned the cities. In the end, Su Zimo led everyone from Tianhuang mainland and charged straight into God's mainland without any resistance. They headed west and got closer and closer to the central divine city. "Martial Emperor, God's mainland has waged war everywhere and has a strong foundation." After pondering for a long time, the storyteller stood out and analyzed calmly. "Now that we're deep in the hinterland, it'll be troublesome if the god race and god emperor gather all the power of God's mainland together. Our arrival this time round is a little sudden and we didn't prepare well. If we start a battle rashly, Tianhuang mainland will suffer immense losses as well." Su Zimo shook his head. "There's no need for you guys to attack. Just watch from the side." "This?" The storyteller winced and gasped. In other words, the martial emperor meant that he wanted to fight against the entire God's mainland and suppress a world single-handedly. Everyone from Tianhuang mainland advanced. Finally, everyone caught sight of an unimaginably majestic ancient city. Or rather, it could no longer be considered as a city. The ancient city wall stood tall and extended along the horizon on both sides without any end. It stood horizontally in front of them, as though it was cutting a continent into two. A dense crowd of god race beings stood on the city walls. Some of the god race beings wielded spears, swords, longbows, and staffs. Every single god race being surged with golden blood qi and shone with a resplendent glow. Their battle intent surged as they glared at everyone from Tianhuang mainland murderously. Almost all the top experts of God's mainland were gathered here, prepared to kill everyone from Tianhuang mainland. The number of God race beings accommodated in the central divine city had already reached billions. In fact, God race beings from all directions were still gathering towards the central divine city. Kill! 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 Many God race beings in the central divine city shouted. One could imagine the ardor and zeal coursing through their blood when billions of God race beings gathered and roared into the skies. What sort of an aura was that? The entire world was trembling. On the side of Tianhuang mainland, even the storyteller, Cloud Dragon Emperor, and the other emperors of Tianhuang mainland were shocked, let alone ordinary cultivators. The God race was innately strong. If the billions of God race beings swarmed forward together with the ancestor god and emperors, even they would be drowned instantly. Indeed, the fact that God's mainland could conquer other minor kiliacosms continuously meant that they had a foundation that other worlds could not match. Back in Tianhuang mainland, there were only tens of thousands of God race beings, but they had already become one of the primordial 9 races and the most terrifying faction in Tianhuang mainland. Now that billions of God race beings were gathered in the central divine city, it was an unimaginably terrifying scene. Although everyone from Tianhuang mainland had absolute confidence in the martial emperor, they were shaken at that moment. The difference in their formations was way too great. On the side of Tianhuang mainland, everyone headed west in an aggressive manner like an unstoppable torrent. However, when they arrived at the central divine city, they bumped into an endless golden ocean. The golden ocean was already enraged and created raging tides that could surge over at any moment and drown them. Everyone from Tianhuang mainland had pale expressions. Against the terrifying formation of the central divine city, many people were already terrified and did not dare to advance. "You guys can stand here." Su Zimo glanced sideways and said to everyone from Tianhuang mainland behind him. "Martial Emperor, we'll accompany you." The storyteller, Cloud Dragon Emperor, and the others said hurriedly. "There's no need." Su Zimo shook his head. "You guys can help me. Just watch from here." With that said, Su Zimo walked through the air in the direction of the divine city alone with an indifferent expression. Even against the massive formation of the God race, Su Zimo's eyes were calm as he advanced slowly. The billions of God race beings formed an invisible aura that could crush everything. However, when the aura surged over and landed on Su Zimo, it vanished silently, and did not even manage to wrinkle his purple robes. As Su Zimo approached, his aura rose rapidly instead. His black hair fluttered without any wind and his eyes seemed to be burning with flames. Su Zimo's footsteps were neither fast nor slow. However, every single step he took would cause a huge shock in the air. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the void beneath his feet. The skies changed and the ground shook. Chapter 2066 3 Great Experts. Chapter 2066 3 Great Experts. As Su Zimo approached, his aura rose as well. In the end, it reached the point where it could fight against the billions of God race beings. Although the God race beings shouted with killing intent, Su Zimo could already sense a hint of fear in the depths of their eyes. They were afraid. For countless years, the God race hunted everywhere and trampled countless living beings beneath their feet. They had never taken the human race seriously either. But now, the human before them was at an unimaginable level. Right then, a figure appeared on the city wall of the divine city. He wore a wide red dermic robe and wielded a white staff. His beard was white and his face was filled with wrinkles. The old man's eyes were deep. Even though he was in his twilight years, his dark blue eyes were still clear and shone with wisdom. "Martial Emperor," the old man said slowly, "I'm the High Priest of the God race. I hope that you can take the big picture into account and retreat to your own world with everyone from Tianhuang mainland to avoid this catastrophe-level war. The God race has offended Tianhuang mainland time and again. I'm here this time round to collect a debt," Su Zimo said. "What happened back then has long become a thing of the past," the High Priest said. More than 2,000 years ago, the god empress of our race, Nian Qi, knelt in the god-slaying valley and prostrated to the divine house corpses to complete her salvation. Su Zimo said indifferently. I can let bygones be bygones. However, this time round, the god race invaded Tianhuang mainland once more and nearly 10 million living beings died. How do you guys intend to pay for this blood debt? Martial Emperor, you traveled west and destroyed many ancient cities of God's mainland. The god race blood in your hands is probably in the tens of millions. Both parties have long paid for this blood debt, the high priest said in a deep voice. It's not enough. Su Zimo shook his head gently. What do you want? The high priest asked. Su Zimo's expression was cold as he said slowly. I'm going to make the god race pay 10 times over for this blood debt. How dare you! Right then, a furious roar sounded from the divine city. Roar! Immediately after, a howl that resembled a dragon's roar sounded in a dignified and furious manner. A gigantic demon beast rose slowly from the central divine city. Although it had a dragon's head, its body was like a lizard with wings on its back. It spat out flames from its mouth and let out a series of threatening growls at Su Zimo with a ferocious gaze. On the back of the demon beast stood a man with a gigantic spear. He wore golden armor and had a terrifying aura. Heavens, it's the temple's dragon rider! Our dragon rider has appeared! The martial emperor has to die! Cheers broke out from the divine city. Many god race beings were invigorated when they saw the man. In the legends of the god race, the strongest god race riders were the dragon riders. Only those that subdued the divine dragons of the god race were qualified to be dragon riders. As for the divine dragons of the god race, almost all of them were buried in the god-slaying valley in the primordial war and died in the hands of 2 divine house. Ever since then, the divine dragons of the god race had gone extinct on God's mainland. Many god race beings had not expected that there would be a legendary dragon rider presiding over the fort in the divine city. Martial Emperor! The gaze of the high priest turned even deeper as he said slowly. I advise you to retreat as soon as possible. The foundation of the god race is definitely not something you can imagine. The high priest's words seemed to have a deeper meaning. Cut the crap with the outsider, the dragon rider said coldly. Outsiders that dare to step foot on the territory of the god race will definitely suffer divine punishment. Boom! Right then, another loud bang sounded from the center of the divine city. Martial Emperor, today is the day you die! A dignified voice sounded. Thereafter, a golden figure wearing the god's crown rose slowly and descended on the city wall. This was the god emperor who had escaped death from Tianhuang mainland. The god emperor held a gigantic sword in his right hand that was filled with pitch-black patterns. In his left hand he held a pitch-black shield that surged with ink like fog. The god emperor was wielding the sword of misfortune and shield of calamity of the 4 divine weapons. Su Zimo was slightly surprised. He had already refined the god emperor's divine blood. To think that the god emperor could condense another body in just a few days. There was a high chance that it was because of the god's crown. The god emperor is invincible, peerless and supreme! Many god race beings shouted once more when they saw the god emperor appear. Now that the god emperor, dragon rider and high priest were gathered, the aura of the god race was at its peak. Su Zimo's expression was calm. It had to be said that the power cultivated by the 3 god race beings had almost reached the limits of the lower world. Even the green lotus true body of the past might not have been confident of winning against the 3 of them. Unfortunately, they were facing the martial Dao prime body. This was a variable in the trichiliocosm. The martial Dao prime body was beyond the 3 realms and 5 elements. Even the god race's great divination technique could not detect him. Martial Emperor, no matter how strong you are, there's a limit to your strength in the lower world, the god emperor shouted. I've already understood your strength. You can defeat me alone, but you can't defeat the 3 of us or the billion-strong army of the god race. All god race beings heed my orders. Right then, the god emperor raised the sword of misfortune in his hands and paused for a moment. He pointed at Su Zimo and roared. Kill! Kill! With that order, a loud roar burst forth from the divine city. Billions of god race beings swarmed out like a golden tsunami and charged towards Suzumo, causing the world to tremble. That power was not limited to a single person. Even a world might not be able to defend against it. Roar! At the same time, the dragon rider rode on his divine dragon and charged towards Suzumo with one of the 4 divine weapons, the Spear of Judgment. In the blink of an eye, the dragon rider had already arrived before Suzumo. A distance of more than 10 feet was covered instantly. On the other side, the God Emperor with the god's crown on his head and the 2 divine weapons, the Sword of Misfortune and Shield of Calamity, had already appeared on the other side of Suzumo. Above the city wall, the figure of the high priest rose slowly into the air and waved the Staff of Dawn, one of the 4 divine weapons. He looked up at the firmament slightly with a pious expression and chanted. Endless light spilled from the Staff of Dawn. The 3 peak experts of the god race attacked at the same time. Behind the 3 god race experts was an army of billions that swarmed over with a mighty might. Actually, the god emperor was not wrong. If the power wielded by Suzumo was only at the level he displayed when he punched the god emperor in Tianhuang mainland, it would be difficult for him to defend against the current situation indeed. However, in reality, that punch had not reached the peak of the power that the martial Dao Prime body could use in the lower world. You guys truly know nothing about my strength, Suzumo sighed gently. Chapter 2067 Arrival of the Fate Rings. 2067 Arrival of the Fate Rings. God's Restraint. As the God Race High Priest chanted, the Staff of Dawn waved and shone with divine lights. Suddenly, golden ropes appeared out of thin air around Suzumo's body, not giving him any time to dodge. Although the High Priest was the furthest away from Suzumo and was casting his skill from the city wall, his attack descended right away. The shimmering golden ropes tightened continuously, as though they wanted to snap Suzumo's body. What was even more frightening was that Suzumo's bloodline could not be activated against the golden light of the ropes, as though it was suppressed by a mysterious power. God's restraint did not only restrict the cultivator's body, but also their bloodline and essence spirit. Suzumo's expression was calm and his eyes were emotionless. Suddenly, a purple halo appeared behind Suzumo. A loud bang sounded from his body as well, as though he had broken free from some shackles and opened a door to a mystic realm. His aura surged. A fate ring appeared. Pang! 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 The golden ropes that bound him were snapped by the purple light instantly, turning into nothingness and dissipating into the world. Right then, the second secret skill of the High Priest descended. God's Judgment! Suddenly, a gigantic golden sword appeared above Suzumo's head and slashed down at his neck. Buzz! A second purple halo appeared behind Suzumo. Boom! The golden sword struck the purple halo with a loud bang. The golden sword dissipated. Suzumo did not budge at all. Divine Punishment! Before the High Priest's third secret skill was formed, another purple halo appeared behind Suzumo. The third fate ring descended. Although they were thousands of feet apart, the High Priest still shuddered and his body swayed. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth and he looked even older, as though he was at the end of his road. He had already given it his all by releasing 3 God Race secret skills in succession without holding back. Even so, his 3 secret skills were dispelled one after another. Before the final secret skill could be formed, it was destroyed by the fate ring of the martial Dao Prime body. The High Priest's essence spirit and body suffered a strong backlash. No matter the outcome of the God Race for this battle, he could no longer hold out. What exactly is that? In the eyes of the High Priest, under the illumination of the 3 purple halos, Suzumo seemed to have become the only true God in the world, looking down on the world and all living beings. Even a race as noble as the God Race had to bow down. Although the martial Dao Prime body had long cultivated to the 6th level of the Fate Ring realm, he was wary of the backlash of the heaven and earth laws and could not release it with all his might. As for the 3 fate rings, they were the peak of the power of the lower world. Back when the martial Tao Prime Body fought against Tao Lord Blood Fiend, he released 3 fate rings and fought. In Tianhuang mainland, although Su Zimo destroyed the God Emperor with a single punch, he had actually held back and did not use the power of his fate rings. The fate rings were the rings of life. Although the 3 rings of life looked ordinary, they contained all the Tao and Dharmic arts that the martial Tao Prime Body had synthesized since he started cultivating. The martial Tao Prime Body was only truly at the peak of his power when his fate rings were released. With the descent of the 3 fate rings, Su Zimo's strength increased exponentially. The 3 secret skills of the High Priest descended, and the 3 fate rings of the martial Tao Prime Body condensed to dispel it. Although it sounded slow, everything happened in an instant. Bloodline phenomenon! Divine blood hoop! Heavenly God descent! Adjudication strike! The God Emperor and Dragon Rider charged in front of Su Zimo without holding back and released their bloodline phenomenons and innate divine powers, releasing the most ferocious killing power. Battle! Su Zimo hollered and carried 3 fate rings. Against the ferocious attacks of the God Emperor and Dragon Rider, he did not dodge or avoid. Instead, he counterattacked and Dharmic Tao interweaved beneath his feet, forming the image of a turtle and snake coiling together. The turtle and snake coiled around one another and roared into the skies. Boom! When the ferocious attacks of the God Emperor and Dragon Rider collided with the turtle and snake, the latter blocked everything. The God Emperor wielded the sword of misfortune and circulated his blood qi, slashing forward. The Dragon Rider gripped the spear of judgment with both hands and thrust with a sharp expression. The evil dragon beneath the Dragon Rider roared as well and spat out pitch-black flames, biting towards Su Zimo's legs. Su Zimo's gaze was burning as he glared at the God Emperor in front of him. His blood qi surged and he punched. The martial Tao Prime Body did not have any weapons. His fist and body were his weapons. That punch was indestructible and could destroy everything. With that punch, the air around the God Emperor seemed to have burned up and the divine blood in his body surged uncontrollably and began to evaporate. At that moment, the God Emperor felt as though his body was about to explode. The God Emperor had never felt such a terrifying punch. It was even more terrifying and despairing than the punch he experienced in Tianhuang mainland. Initially, he thought that he would definitely be able to deal with Su Zimo with the help of the divine weapons. But now, in the face of such a terrifying punch, the God Emperor actually had an illusion that the sword of misfortune in his hands was like paper. The God Emperor wanted to roar and retaliate with all his might. However, he realized that he could only open his mouth and could not even make a sound. Su Zimo's punch was as violent as fire, as though it could incinerate everything. The moment the God Emperor opened his mouth, his throat seemed like it could spew fire. The God Emperor bit his tongue gently, and spat out a stream of golden essence blood onto the sword of misfortune. Shing! Black fiend qi surged from the sword. The God Emperor raised the sword of misfortune and slashed down viciously at Su Zimo's fist. Boom! The fist and sword collided. The God Emperor shuddered. He felt as though his sword had struck metal instead of flesh. Crack! 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 Immediately after, a jarring crack sounded from the sword of misfortune. The God Emperor looked at the cracks that were gradually spreading on the sword and his pupils constricted. One of the 4 divine judgment weapons of God's mainland was shattered by a single punch from the eternal martial emperor of Tianhuang mainland. Suddenly, the God Emperor's expression changed starkly. The sword of misfortune shattered and he felt a violent and scorching power surge over, almost engulfing him. The God Emperor hurriedly threw away the sword of misfortune that was filled with cracks and retreated. Even so, he was a half-step too late. Bang! The God Emperor's body could not withstand the impact of that power and exploded. Immediately after, a milky white glow flowed out from the gems on the god's crown. It was divine and flawless, wrapping around his damaged body and reconstructing it rapidly. The God Emperor's face was pale. If not for the sword of misfortune that endured most of the martial emperor's power, even the god's crown might not have been able to protect him from that punch. Chapter 2068 2068 Complete Suppression 2068 Complete Suppression. On the other side. The dragon rider rode on the evil dragon and arrived with the Spear of Judgment. The Spear of Judgment shone with a bedazzling light. The spear was etched with countless mysterious runes, and contained an ancient power of the god race. The power of judgment. The power of judgment could even kill the other party most of the time. Even if they could defend against the sharpness of the Spear of Judgment, they would be easily killed by the power of judgment. At the same time, the evil dragon flapped its gigantic meat wings and spat out pitch-black flames, biting towards Suzumo's legs. Suzumo's blood chi surged and a gigantic phantom appeared behind him. It resembled a dragon and phoenix with the dragon's head and phoenix's tail. A pair of gigantic wings grew on its back and it was scarlet like flames, as though boiling lava was flowing through its body. The phantom materialized rapidly and descended into the world. The many god race beings that were charging over suddenly felt a shuddering aura. An uncontrollable fear that came from the depths of their bloodlines surged into their hearts. Psst! Many god race beings raised their heads and gasped. Taboo! Dragon phoenix! The phantom conjured behind Suzumo was a dragon phoenix. Even the evil dragon beneath the dragon rider was affected. It glared at the dragon phoenix phantom in midair with bewildered eyes. What are you afraid of? It's fake! The dragon rider slapped the evil dragon beneath him and roared. This is only his bloodline phenomenon! Suddenly, the dragon phoenix phantom in midair opened its eyes. Instantly, the dragon phoenix seemed to have come to life. Its gaze shifted and landed on the evil dragon beneath it. It opened his mouth and scarlet dragon saliva flowed. Roar! A deafening roar burst forth from the depths of the dragon phoenix's throat. The evil dragon shuddered in fear with that roar. Attack! The dragon rider roared once more and stabbed the evil dragon with the Spear of Judgment. In pain, the evil dragon could only charge towards Suzumo. Enraged, the dragon phoenix swooped down and grabbed the back of the evil dragon with its gigantic, menacing dragon claws. The dragon head lowered and opened its mouth, biting the neck of the evil dragon. Crack! The head of the evil dragon was snapped by a single bite from the dragon phoenix. The evil dragon's body was torn into two by the dragon phoenix claw as well. Its smelly organs spilled down from midair and were burned by the dragon phoenix flames, turning into ashes before long. Actually, the dragon rider was not wrong. Indeed, this dragon phoenix was only a bloodline phenomenon conjured by Suzumo. After the martial Dao Prime body fused the dragon phoenix true body's body, he fused his bloodline into his body and inherited the bloodline phenomenon. However, even if it was a phenomenon, it was a taboo that could not be challenged. The dragon phoenix phenomenon killed an emperor-level evil dragon on the spot. While the dragon phoenix was killing the evil dragon, the dragon rider had already arrived in midair. Descending from the skies, he held his spear with both hands and stabbed towards Suzumo's head. Without even looking, Suzumo raised his palm and grabbed the Spear of Judgment barehanded. Piak! The Spear of Judgment was grabbed by Suzumo with one hand and did not budge at all. The power of judgment surrounding the Spear of Judgment was shattered by the 3 fate rings behind Suzumo instantly, and did not affect him at all. Shing! Suddenly, Suzumo exerted strength and grabbed the Spear of Judgment, yanking it. Ah! The dragon rider cried out in pain and could not hold on at all. The Spear of Judgment was snatched away by Suzumo with one hand and blood gushed out from his palms. At that moment, the God Emperor on the other side had just reconstructed his body with the help of the God's crown and stood up. Wielding the Spear of Judgment, Suzumo merely glanced at him indifferently and threw it in reverse. Swoosh! A golden light tore through the air in a flash. Suzumo did not know the secret skills of the god race, nor did he know how to control the Spear of Judgment. All he did was to focus all the power of his body and bloodline on the Spear of Judgment before releasing it. That was enough to destroy everything. Before the God Emperor could steady himself, he saw a golden light in his pupils. The God Emperor was shocked and could not dodge in time. He could only defend with the shield of calamity in his hands. This was a true fight between a shield and a spear. The spear and shield were divine weapons of God's mainland. Boom! When the spear of judgment collided with the shield of calamity, the world seemed to pause for a moment. A gigantic air current burst forth from the collision point of the two divine weapons and spread wildly in all directions, causing dust to fly everywhere. Cracks appeared on the surface of the two divine weapons. There was no victor in the fight between the spear and shield. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 4 divine judgment weapons were crippled by Su Zimo. Although the spear of judgment was shattered, the God Emperor could not defend against the berserk power contained in it, and his body collapsed once more. Swoosh! This time round, the God Emperor did not linger on the battlefield. Before the God's crown could condense a body, his essence spirit hid within and fled into the distance. Of the 3 top experts of the God race, the Dragon Rider was the only one still standing in midair, unable to advance or retreat. He had not fought for a long time. The moment he was distracted, Su Zimo's figure had already arrived before him. Without any unnecessary movements, 3 fate rings condensed behind him and he punched. It was already too late for the Dragon Rider to retreat. He roared and channeled his essence spirit. Suddenly, the golden armor on his body burned with raging flames. Those were golden flames. The Dragon Rider was enveloped by the flames as though he was born from the flames. "I'll let you witness the sacred flame of the God race," the Dragon Rider roared. He had burned his divine blood and spirit to release that flame. That was the most ancient secret skill of the God race. By sacrificing his divine blood and soul, he would definitely die no matter the outcome. "Playing with fire in front of me?" With a mocking expression, Su Zimo suddenly opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Phew! The golden flames that were initially burning on the Dragon Rider's body turned into a stream of golden light that was devoured by Su Zimo. "How dare you!" The Dragon Rider's eyes widened. He could not imagine that someone would dare to devour the God race's sacred flame. This guy had an absolute death wish. However, he could not continue after saying 3 words. There was nothing unusual about Su Zimo. He swallowed the golden flames with a calm expression without any pain. Instead, he smacked his lips as though he was savoring the taste of the flames. The 3 fate rings behind Su Zimo seemed to have turned even more mysterious. Bang! Su Zimo punched the Dragon Rider on the cheek and shattered his head. The essence spirit of the Dragon Rider could not escape either. It was shattered by Su Zimo's punch and his headless corpse fell. The 3 top-tier experts of the God race charged forward and were suppressed by Su Zimo in less than 10 breaths. Among them, the Dragon Rider and the evil dragon beneath him even died on the battlefield. The remaining high priest was at the end of his road and stood on the city wall, swaying when he saw that the God Emperor was defeated and fled. Chapter 2069 Heaven and Earth Furnace. 2069 Heaven and Earth Furnace. The billions of God race beings were terrified when they saw that. However, at that moment, with so many God race beings gathered together and charging towards Su Zimo, the situation was already set. Even if anyone wanted to retreat, it was useless. The golden tide surged over and the ground shook as though it could drown everything. "You want to challenge me?" The gaze of the martial Dao Prime body burned and his bloodline surged. As though a tsunami was surging through his body, his blood Qi was channeled to its limits, and he vanished in front of everyone. "Where is he? Teleportation technique?" The billions of God race beings charged forward and questions flashed through everyone's minds. Suddenly, the expressions of many God race beings changed as they looked up instinctively. In the world, the weather changed and the skies suddenly changed colors. As though they were shrouded by the setting sun, it was incomparably scarlet and soaked through the evening glow. Before long, the color of the other half of the skies gradually turned sky blue. "What's wrong? What divine power and secret skill is that?" Many god race beings looked around with bewildered expressions. Some of the god race beings even channeled their essence spirits, and released divine powers that struck the strange firmaments. However, those divine powers disappeared into the void without causing any ripples. "It's so hot. What's going on?" Some of the god race beings had already begun to notice something unusual. The temperature of the world was rising rapidly. Suddenly, flames burst forth from the firmaments. Many god race beings looked up and their expressions changed. Massive fireballs began to descend from the skies and smash towards the crowd, covering the entire world. The fireballs engulfed the boundless central divine city. The billions of god race beings were way too dense. A single gigantic fireball could engulf a few god race beings with ease. This was a devastating catastrophe for the god race beings below. Boom! Boom! A fireball descended and smashed onto the city wall, creating a gigantic hole in the golden and indestructible city wall with flames splattering everywhere. Some of the god race beings could not dodge in time and were tainted by the flames. In the blink of an eye, they burned and turned into ashes before long. The god race army was in a mess. The ancient divine city fell into a sea of flames as well. "Grandpa High Priest, should I beg the martial emperor for mercy?" A little girl looked at everything before her and cried. The high priest was already at his wits' end and his expression was dark. However, there was no hint of retreat in his hazy eyes. He stomped heavily with the staff of dawn in his hands and shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. The god race is protected by the gods and has the advantage in numbers. As long as everyone joins forces, we'll be able to dispel this phenomenon of the martial emperor. Light riders, gather with me at the center." An emperor of the god race was also controlling the god race army with all his might. Under the orders of the high priest and some emperors of the god race, many god race beings gradually suppressed the fear in their hearts and calmed down, trying their best to gather closer. Suddenly, the color in the skies changed. Apart from the gigantic fireballs, a faint blue fire rain descended. The flames did not seem to have any temperature or earth-shaking aura. However, if it landed on a god race cultivator, he would die immediately, turning into ashes with his soul dissipated. The billion-strong god race army had just calmed down when they were baptized by the blue fire rain and collapsed once more in a mess. The high priest took a deep breath and used the last of his strength to shout, "Everyone, listen to my orders and release your divine powers with me. Use your bloodline phenomenons and attack the firmaments above our heads." The high priest's voice was hoarse and his shout sounded like the final cry of his life. That shout shocked the god race beings once more. "I'll give it my all. Even if I have to be burned by the flames, I have to pierce a hole in the firmaments." One after another, the god race beings no longer fled. They condensed their bloodline phenomenons and channeled their innate divine powers. Wielding dermic treasures, they accumulated strength and were prepared to join forces to penetrate the firmaments. Suddenly, a ball of flames burned from the body of an emperor of the god race and engulfed him before long without any warning. Many god race beings could clearly see that the scarlet flames did not come from the skies, but from the god race being's body. "Ah!" The god race being let out a tragic cry and his body contorted continuously. His divine blood surged, but it could not extinguish the flames in his body. He released divine powers consecutively, but the flames in his body intensified instead. In just a few breaths, the god race emperor was burned to ashes. A demonic red lotus flower appeared where he stood. "What's that?" The god race beings who saw that were scared out of their wits. "Your body is also." A god race being pointed at another god race being with a horrified expression. The same flames burst forth from the body of the clansman opposite him. In 3 breaths, the god race being was incinerated, leaving a red lotus imprint. At the same time, balls of flames ignited in the bodies of many god race beings. Karmic flames. Anyone tainted by negative karma would be burned by the karmic flames. Under the orders of the high priest, the billion-strong god race army finally overcame the fear in their hearts. Before they could combine their strength, they were defeated by the red lotus karmic fire. All the god race beings, including ancestor gods and emperors, fell into endless fear and could no longer fight. No one thought about how to resist as many god race beings fled everywhere, wanting to escape from the hellish sea of flames. Many god race beings discovered that no flames descended on the foothold of the living beings of Tianhuang mainland. The many god race beings swarmed in that direction. Boom! 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 However, the god race beings were blocked before they could reach everyone from Tianhuang mainland. A faint red curved iron wall appeared between the living beings of Tianhuang mainland and the god race, connected through the world. Some of the god race beings collided against the red iron wall, and smoke billowed on the spot. Their flesh was burned and their flesh split open. Their bones were barbecued red and they died. At the same time, the god race beings that were fleeing in all directions encountered the same situation. Anyone that struck the fiery red iron walls would die as well. All the god race beings seemed to be trapped in a sealed vessel and could not advance or retreat with nowhere to run. The first flame was the Dragon Phoenix flame that the martial Dao Prime body inherited from the Dragon Phoenix true body. The second flame was the Tribulation fire that he comprehended later on. Every single tribulation fire contained the power of the heavenly tribulation, and the god race of the lower worlds could not defend against it at all. The third flame was the Red Lotus karmic fire. The martial Dao Prime body released his bloodline phenomenon and absorbed the god race and the central divine city. Using heaven and earth as a furnace, the three flames augmented and incinerated everything. The god race beings were trapped within and could not see everything clearly. Everyone from Tianhuang mainland who was standing outside was shocked. In their eyes, a gigantic furnace vaguely appeared in the world. It was scarlet and burned with flames, standing upright. Chapter 2070 God's Ground. 2070 God's Ground. On the city wall, flames surged from the high priest's body as well. "Grandpa High Priest!" The little girl behind him exclaimed and wanted to charge forward. Although the little girl was also from the god race, she did not have much negative karma in her body. The martial Dao Prime body released karmic flames, but not all god race beings had to endure it. God race beings with insufficient negative karma would not attract karmic flames. The high priest shook his head gently and released a spirit consciousness to repel the little girl, smiling bitterly. To think that this calamity of the god race would still come. Even without the karmic flames, he would not have been able to survive. The high priest turned back to look at the dilapidated ancient city that had fallen into the sea of flames. He then looked at his clansmen who were fleeing in all directions outside the divine city, and his gaze gradually dimmed. "Nian Qin, go on," the high priest murmured softly. "I hope you can save the remaining clansmen." The moment he said that, the old body of the high priest was engulfed by the karmic flames and turned into dust in the blink of an eye, leaving a red lotus flower imprinted on the city wall. "Senior Martial Emperor! Senior Martial Emperor!" The little girl named Nian Qing wiped away her tears wildly and carefully took out a page of golden paper from her robes, shouting at the firmaments. The figure of the martial Dao Prime body appeared faintly in midair. He looked down at the world and was slightly stunned when his gaze landed on the little girl on the city wall. The girl had golden hair that was slightly curled, resembling the Nian Qi he first met back then. The martial Dao Prime body closed his eyes for a moment before opening them. With the thought of his spirit consciousness, he dispersed the furnace of the world, and the apocalyptic flames dissipated as well. In just dozens of breaths, hundreds of millions of god race beings died. Furthermore, many of them were experts at the level of emperors, ancestor gods and mighty figures. The martial Dao Prime body had no intention of wiping them out entirely. Not everyone in the god race loved to fight and wanted to conquer everywhere, dominating over other living beings. Of course, the martial Dao Prime body was decisive to kill. In this battle, almost all the emperors of the god race and the ancestor gods were killed. After today, the god race would probably require an unimaginable period of time before they could recover to their peak. In fact, there was a high chance that they would not be able to recover from this setback. Of course, the most important goal of the martial Tao Prime Body's killing move was to make the God race feel fear. He wanted that fear to be deeply rooted in the bloodline and soul of the God race. He wanted God's mainland to be so fearful that they would never dare to step foot into Tianhuang mainland ever again. At that moment, the heaven and earth furnace vanished and the flames dissipated. The God race beings who survived the calamity stood on the spot with lost expressions. The martial Tao Prime Body stood in midair and walked slowly towards the central divine city, passing above their heads. However, none of the God race beings dared to raise their heads. If any living being dared to walk above the God race before today, it would be an unacceptable provocation, and they would definitely suffer the punishment of the God race. However, at that moment, no God race being dared to look at the figure in midair. They were afraid that their gazes would incur the wrath of that person and bring about a calamity of death, or even annihilation of their entire race. All the God race beings realized that this person's methods could destroy the entire God race and turn God's mainland into a lifeless flaming hell. At that moment, every single God race being lowered their haughty heads against that figure. Before long, the martial Tao Prime Body arrived on the city wall. He looked at the little girl beside him and was about to speak when his gaze landed on the golden paper. In the void outside the city wall far away, a crack suddenly appeared and a figure appeared. Wearing the god's crown, it was the God Emperor who had escaped earlier on. Martial Emperor! The God Emperor looked at the dilapidated and devastated divine city with a menacing expression and hatred. Gritting his teeth, he said, "You'll ascend one day. I'll wait patiently. The day you ascend will be the day your entire Tianhuang mainland will be annihilated." The martial Tao Prime Body swept his gaze and looked at the God Emperor. When she heard that, the little girl's expression changed starkly. Initially, the martial Emperor had already stopped. The little girl did not wish to bring about the extinction of the God race because of the God Emperor. "Senior Martial Emperor!" the little girl shouted hurriedly. However, she realized that the martial Tao Prime Body had already vanished from her line of sight. In the blink of an eye, the martial Tao Prime Body had already arrived before the God Emperor and reached out to grab the latter. The God Emperor's expression changed starkly. Without hesitation, he retreated into the void crack. The martial Tao Prime Body sneered and chased after him without hesitation. After charging into the void crack, the martial Tao Prime Body felt his eyes light up, as though he had entered another world. This world was filled with light everywhere and was very different from God's mainland and Tianhuang mainland. In God's mainland and Tianhuang mainland, the martial Tao Prime Body could sense the threat of the heaven and earth laws the entire time. As long as the power he released exceeded the upper limit of the lower worlds, it would definitely cause a backlash from the heaven and earth laws of the lower worlds. However, that threat did not exist in this world. There was even some heaven and earth essence Qi in this space, although it was extremely thin. The upper world? The martial Tao Prime Body's heart skipped a beat. However, he quickly denied that thought. This could not be the upper world. However, it was probably a small dimension created by a top-tier expert of the upper world. Independent of the billion minor kiliocosms, this place was not bound by the heaven and earth laws of the lower worlds. Actually, there was such a place in Tianhuang mainland as well. Back when Dai Yu imparted Su Zimo's cultivation technique to him in Pingyang town, she opened up a Dao ground in his room. The Dao ground was extremely similar to the world before him. However, there was no heaven and earth essence Qi in that Dao ground. The martial Tao Prime Body would not suffer the backlash of the heaven and earth laws when he cultivated in the Dao ground in Pingyang town. Therefore, his cultivation could continue to advance. Ha ha! The God Emperor reared his head in laughter and glared at the martial Tao Prime Body, saying hatefully, "Martial Emperor, you've been tricked! The reason why I said that earlier on was to lure you over." "Oh?" The martial Tao Prime Body had an indifferent expression and asked, "What is this place?" "This is the most secretive and ancient mystic realm of God's mainland, God's ground." The God Emperor could not help but laugh. He looked at the martial Tao Prime Body as though he was looking at a dead man and said slowly, In this world, there are true gods of the god race. The cultivation realms of the god race beings in God's ground have far surpassed emperors and are at the level of black gods. The martial Tao Prime body had a calm expression, and there were still no emotions in his eyes. Ha ha! When the god emperor saw that, he burst into laughter. Martial Emperor, you must be scared out of your wits! The martial Tao Prime body was still silent. The god emperor was enlightened and sneered. I got it. Given your knowledge, you don't even know what a black god is at all. Do you want me to explain it to you so that you can die in peace? Chapter 2071 You can all be buried here today. 2071 You can all be buried here today. Compared to the smug god emperor, the martial Tao Prime body had a calm expression the entire time. Actually, when the void cracked earlier on, he had already sensed a powerful power leaking from the depths of the void. That power had already surpassed the limits of the lower worlds and was at the black essence realm. The cultivation realm of the martial Tao Prime body was already comparable to an earth immortal. Naturally, he was fearless and followed the god emperor into God's ground. He wanted to see what sort of gods were in this so-called God's ground as well. Right then, golden lights suddenly descended from the world and entered the surrounding void, forming golden runes. The world trembled slightly before returning to normal. Hee hee! The god emperor smiled. Martial Emperor, God's ground has already been completely sealed. Now, it's impossible for you to escape even if you want to. What I said to you earlier on was just to stall for time so that the god race beings can release their arts and cut off your escape path. You didn't expect that, right? You fell for my tricks again. In fact, the god emperor was a little carried away and thought that the martial Tao Prime body was completely led by the nose by him step by step. However, at that moment, the martial Tao Prime body looked at him as though he was looking at an idiot. Suddenly, more than 10 shimmering figures gradually appeared in the void behind the god emperor. Their auras were powerful and far surpassed the god emperor. The martial Tao Prime body could clearly sense that there were heaven and earth essence chi fluctuations in the bodies of those god race beings. He swept his spirit consciousness and scanned the cultivation realms of the god race beings clearly. Among the god race beings, the weakest were only at level 1 black essence realm and the strongest were not even at level 7. Furthermore, the level 7 black essence realm god race being had white hair and was in his twilight years with not much lifespan left. The martial Tao Prime body was not surprised at all. Although this world was independent of the billion minor kiliocosms and was not affected by the heaven and earth laws of the lower worlds, heaven and earth essence chi existed as well. However, the essence chi in this world was way too thin. In this world, it was as though a supreme expert of the upper world had used some secret skill to steal a wisp of essence chi from the upper world. After a long distance, the wisp of essence chi that surged into this world was almost negligible. The essence chi in this god's ground was thin and was far inferior to the dragon abyss star that the green lotus true body had descended on upon ascension. The living beings that cultivated on the Dragon Abyss star had limited cultivation resources. Even if they exhausted their lifespans, they would not be able to cultivate to the level 9 black essence realm with the heaven and earth essence chi on the star. No matter how thin the heaven and earth essence chi of the Dragon Abyss star was, it was still the upper world. If that was the case for the Dragon Abyss star, what about this god's ground of the lower worlds? Without cultivation resources like minor essence condensation pills, the god race beings in this god's ground would not be able to cultivate to the level 9 black essence realm even if they exhausted their lifespans. For example, it was already unprecedented for this old god race being to be able to cultivate to the level 7 black essence realm in his twilight years. You're the martial emperor of Tianhuang mainland, right? The old god race being's gaze landed on the martial Tao Prime body as he asked. Senior! The god emperor said hurriedly. That's him. Our god race's high priest and dragon rider died in his hands and hundreds of millions of our clansmen were killed by him. Even the central divine city of God's mainland was burned by his flames and destroyed, turning into ruins. The god race beings of the Black Essence realm glared at the martial Tao prime body coldly without concealing the killing intent in their hearts. These black gods had long released their spirit consciousnesses and scanned the martial Tao prime body a few times, but they did not notice anything unusual. To be precise, they could not detect the background of the martial Tao prime body at all. The martial Tao prime body cultivated the martial Tao and established the martial Tao lineage to condense fate rings. Even if heaven or perfected gods one were here, they would not be able to detect the cultivation realm of the martial Tao prime body, let alone these black gods. Although the many black gods could not tell the background of the martial Tao prime body, they were fearless because they believed that no one in the lower worlds could surpass them. The old god race being shook his head gently and sighed. Man of Tianhuang mainland, if you knew when to stop, you might not have gotten yourself killed. However, your killing intent is too strong and you wanted to wipe us out. Now that you gave chase into this world, you will be buried here. The black gods of God's ground would usually not appear on God's mainland. That was because on God's mainland, they would be restricted by the heaven and earth laws and would not dare to use the power of the Black Essence realm. That way, these black gods would not be much different from the god emperors outside. Only in this god's ground could these black gods attack with all their might without holding back. This was also the reason why the god emperor tried his best to lure the martial Tao prime body into God's ground. Right then, the god emperor gradually calmed down and sensed that something was amiss. The martial Tao prime body was way too calm. Ever since he entered God's ground, the martial Tao prime body had not said a single word and there were no emotions on his face. Even when more than 10 black gods appeared, the god emperor did not see any surprise in the eyes of the martial Tao prime body. Even if the martial Tao prime body did not know the realm of the black gods, could he not sense the terrifying power released by the dozens of black gods? How could the martial emperor maintain his composure against such power that far surpassed emperors? The more the god emperor thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Martial Emperor, you're already at death's door. Why are you pretending to be calm? The god emperor could not help but shout softly. The martial Tao prime body looked at the god emperor and the others and asked indifferently, "Are these the only black gods in this so-called god's ground?" Fufu, how ignorant! A grade 1 black god could not help but scoff. "I alone am enough to kill you!" Before his sentence was finished, the grade 1 black god's figure flashed and his blood qi surged. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before the martial Tao prime body. The black god did not make any stances and clenched his fist. His blood qi burst forth, and he punched towards the head of the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body did not move at all and did not even blink. When the black god's fist almost touched his hair, the martial Tao prime body suddenly attacked and grabbed the black god's fist. It was not only the grade 1 black god who attacked. The expressions of all the god race beings present changed slightly, and they frowned. Even the body of a grade 1 black god had undergone the baptism of heaven and earth essence qi and was extraordinary. Furthermore, the god race had a strong bloodline and physique to begin with. The fist of this grade 1 black god was enough to destroy any dermic treasure or emperor of the lower worlds. However, his fist was grabbed by the martial Tao prime body and did not budge at all. Although the cultivation realm of the martial Tao prime body was different from the upper world, his body was tempered by flames all year round and smelted a large amount of heaven and earth essence qi. The body of the martial Tao prime body was cultivated by refining essence spirit stones and was many levels higher than the bodies of these black gods. "If it's just a few of you, you can all be buried here today," the martial Tao prime body said indifferently. Chapter 2072 All Dead. 2072 All Dead. When they heard that, the first reaction of the 12 black gods was that it was ridiculous and laughable. An emperor of the lower worlds was threatening them and declaring that he would bury them here? However, the grade 1 black god that was gripped by the martial Tao prime body could not smile at all. His face was pale as he endured the pain from his palm. His body trembled and he almost fainted. His fist that was gripped by the martial Tao Prime Body's body felt the thick palm tighten continuously. His fist was almost crushed. What was even more frightening was that when his fist was gripped by the martial Tao Prime Body, the blood Qi in his body calmed down and stopped circulating. He did not even have the strength to resist. Poof! Flashes of blood appeared. The fist of the Grade 1 Black God was crushed by the martial Tao Prime Body. Ah! The Black God let out a tragic cry. Before he could retreat, he felt a figure flash before him. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain in his glabella and lost consciousness. The tragic cry came to an abrupt stop. The martial Tao Prime Body merely flicked his finger gently and released the sword Qi that entered the Black God's glabella, killing him with ease. He did not stop at all and swept past the Black God's corpse towards the remaining 12 Black Gods. Everyone, watch out! There's something strange about this person. The old God race being had a grim expression. Let's join forces and kill this person without holding back. Before his sentence was finished, golden blood Qi surged within the 12 Black Gods and they condensed their respective bloodline phenomenons. As long as the God race grew to a certain age and their bloodlines were awakened, they would condense a bloodline phenomenon. Heavenly God Descent! Divine Blood Hoop! Immediately after, the 12 Black Gods released their innate divine powers one after another. Kill! As the old Black God growled, the 12 Black Gods attacked at the same time and threw their divine powers and secret skills towards Suzimo. At the same time, the 12 Black Gods split into different directions and charged towards the martial Tao Prime Body. The martial Tao Prime Body's expression was unchanged as a series of sounds echoed from his body. Pang! 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 As though there were shackles that suddenly broke free, purple halos appeared one after another behind the martial Tao Prime Body. In the blink of an eye, 6 purple halos appeared. Level 6 Fate Ring. The 6 Fate Rings condensed the will of the martial Tao and all dharmic arts interweaved. 100 sutras circulated and shone with divine light, sweeping through the world with a terrifying aura. The bloodline phenomenons, divine powers and secret skills released by the 12 Black Gods collided gently against the 6 Fate Rings and turned into dust instantly. Under the envelopment of the 6 Fate Rings, the martial Tao Prime Body wore purple robes and his black hair swayed without any wind. His gaze was as deep as the sea, like an emperor that looked down on the world and could not be ignored. In God's ground, the Black Gods on the other end could attack brazenly. However, the martial Tao Prime Body could do so without reservations as well. The difference in strength between them was way too great. Some of the Black Gods did not manage to stop in time and collided against the 6 Fate Rings, turning into dust on the spot by the interweaving dharmic das of the purple Fate Rings. A Black God even wanted to destroy the Fate Rings with his physical strength. However, the moment his fist made contact with the purple Fate Rings, it froze on the spot and turned into nothingness in the blink of an eye. It was shattered and his essence spirit was destroyed. In fact, the martial Tao Prime Body did not even attack. He merely summoned 6 Fate Rings and walked forward before the Black Gods died one after another. In the blink of an eye, half of the 12 Black Gods were dead. At that moment, the old Black God realized that this human from Tianhuang mainland was not someone they could defend against. Give me the God's crown! The old Black God hollered and his spirit consciousness moved. He removed the God's crown from the God Emperor's head and summoned it not far away. He exchanged glances with the remaining 5 Black Gods and they channeled their spirit consciousnesses at the same time, condensing secret skills while chanting incantations. In the name of the God race, cleanse everything in the world! The 8 gems on the God's crown suddenly released a milky white glow. Under the control of the 6 Black Gods, they formed a beam of light that charged towards the martial Tao Prime Body. Boom! When the milky white beam of light landed on the 6 Fate Rings, they swayed slightly. However, the milky white beam of light dissipated instantly. The 6 Black Gods shuddered as well and retreated a few steps with pale expressions after receiving the backlash of the power. The martial Tao Prime Body approached and took the God's crown. That's impossible! The old Black God's eyes widened in indignance. You can have cultivated to this point. Your cultivation should have already surpassed the Black God realm. The martial Tao Prime body had an indifferent expression. A purple light shone on his glabella and his spirit consciousness flashed. In the consciousnesses of the 6 black gods, a purple flame suddenly burned on their essence spirits, engulfing them instantly. In the blink of an eye, the essence spirits of the black gods were burned to ashes by the purple flame. Although the bodies of the 6 black gods were intact, their essence spirits were already destroyed. This was the essence spirit secret skill released by the martial Tao Prime body, the martial spirit fire. Given his essence spirit realm, it did not require much essence spirit power to refine the essence spirits of the 6 black gods. The God Emperor was completely dumbfounded at the sight. Before long, all 13 black gods died here in God's crown. The martial Tao Prime body looked at the God's crown in his hands and injected his spirit consciousness into it, activating it gently. There was no reaction from the God's crown, and no milky white power was released. The milky white power was rather strange and could even dispel the karmic flames and shake his fate rings. Therefore, the martial Tao Prime body wanted to explore it. The God Emperor's face was pale as he gulped in fear. While the martial Tao Prime body was studying the God's crown, his figure flashed, and he fled out of God's ground. However, when he arrived at the spatial node of God's ground and smashed against it, he could not charge out, and was repelled instead. Have you forgotten? A restriction has already been set up in God's ground. You can't escape. Right then, the voice of the martial Tao Prime body sounded in the God Emperor's ears. The God Emperor felt his scalp tingle and a chill run down his spine. Before he could react, a thick palm had already landed on the top of his head and sucked his essence spirit out. Without hesitation, the martial Tao Prime body released the soul-searching art. Black chains extended from the surface of the ball of light in his palm and coiled around the God Emperor's essence spirit. Ah! The God Emperor's essence spirit struggled and howled repeatedly, but he could not withstand the painful process. Through the God Emperor's essence spirit, images flashed through the mind of the martial Tao Prime body. He was searching for information about the God's crown. A moment later, the God Emperor's essence spirit was almost withered and the martial Tao Prime body obtained the answer he wanted as he gripped gently. The ball of light shattered and the God Emperor's essence spirit was destroyed. Chapter 2073 Faith. 2073 Faith. Power of Faith. Su Zimo murmured softly. As he had expected, the God's crown was not from the lower worlds. The milky white light that flowed out from the 8 gems on the crown was a unique and mysterious power of the God race, the power of faith. The reason why the God race conquered other minor kiliocosms continuously was because the more worlds they ruled and the more living beings submitted to the God race, the greater the power of faith they could obtain. It could be said that the God's crown contained the power of faith of all living beings under the rule of the God race. When Su Zimo faced the God's crown, he was not faced with a dermic treasure or a person. Instead, he was faced with endless living beings that believed in and revered the God race. It was an unimaginable power. It was precisely because of that unique and majestic power of faith that the God Emperor managed to escape death twice. That was also the reason why the karmic flames could be extinguished and the 6 fate rings were shaken. Almost all the cultivation techniques of the God race required the physique and bloodline of the God race to cultivate. Although Su Zimo obtained some cultivation techniques and secret skills of the God race from the memories of the God Emperor, he could not cultivate them. It was useless even if he fused them into the martial Tao furnace. Su Zimo closed his eyes and stood quietly, releasing his spirit consciousness to scan God's ground once more. A moment later, Su Zimo suddenly opened his eyes with a look of surprise. He had discovered a complete essence spirit stone mine in this God's ground. This world had existed for a long time and an expert of the upper world might have died here countless years ago. His corpse was buried here. As time passed by, it gradually rotted and petrified. Essence Qi spread and gradually formed the mine. Although there had always been black gods cultivating here, Without a taboo mystic classic, one had to reach the Earth Essence realm if they wanted to use Essence Spirit Stones to cultivate. Because the Essence Qi in God's ground was thin, the black gods here had no chance of cultivating to the Earth Essence realm. That way, the mind could be preserved completely. This mind was useless to the other living beings of the lower worlds. However, for the martial Tao Prime body, it was undoubtedly a timely help. He had long exhausted the Essence Spirit Stones left behind by the experts of the upper world back then. Right now, he could only cultivate by smelting King Yun-Yu's Tao fruit. However, the Tao fruit was condensed from the lifetime of a perfected immortal after all. No matter how ferocious the martial Tao furnace was, it was extremely difficult to refine a perfected immortal Tao fruit. Therefore, the cultivation speed of the martial Tao Prime body gradually slowed down as well. Right now, obtaining this complete Essence Spirit Mind was way too important to him. Su Zimo did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he dug out the Essence Spirit Mind deep underground and placed it into the martial Tao furnace. In his body, the martial Spirit Fire, Dragon Phoenix Fire, Tribulation Fire, and Red Lotus Karmic Fire were constantly refining his body. After throwing the Essence Spirit Mind in, he did not have to cultivate intentionally, and the martial Tao furnace could gradually refine the complete Essence Spirit Mind. After lingering in God's ground for a while and discovering nothing else, Su Zimo left this world. Immediately after, he released a secret skill and sealed God's ground completely. Unless there was a descendant of the God race who could surpass his strength, this secret ground would never be reopened. The fire outside the central divine city had yet to extinguish. There were flames everywhere on the battlefield. The central divine city was already in ruins with only some debris left. It no longer had its majestic might as before. The God race beings that survived did not leave. All of them looked in the direction of God's ground and prayed silently in anticipation. When they saw Su Zimo walk out, the hope in the hearts of the God race beings was completely destroyed. The appearance of the martial emperor meant the death of the God Emperor. When Su Zimo reappeared on God's mainland, the world fell into a long silence. There was only fear and despair left in the hearts of every single God race being. At that moment, they experienced the feeling of the living beings of Tianhuang mainland against the God Emperor and the unstoppable God race army. It was as though everything had come full circle. Su Zimo stood on the clouds and looked down at the God race beneath his feet. With an indifferent expression, he said slowly, "Your gods are dead." The expressions of many God race beings dimmed. At that moment, the spirit, essence, will and pride of the God race collapsed. The gods were dead. The faith of the God race died as well. They had lost. The entire God's mainland and all the God race beings that once conquered everywhere and were invincible were defeated by a single person. They were completely defeated, trampled into the dust from the clouds. From this day forth, even if the God race could rise once more, they would definitely not dare to take a single step into Tianhuang mainland. That figure had already become a nightmare for all the God race beings. It would become an undeniable mark of fear in the depths of the hearts of all the God race beings. When she saw that, the girl named Nian Qing on the dilapidated city wall had a sorrowful expression as well as tears streamed down her face. This calamity of the God race could have been avoided. More than 2,000 years ago, her master, the God Empress Nian Qi, foresaw this day. "Who are you?" Right then, a voice sounded in her ears. Nian Qing looked up. Unknowingly, the eternal martial emperor of Tianhuang mainland had already arrived beside her, and was looking at her quietly. "Senior Martial Emperor, my name is Nian Qing." Nian Qing pulled up her sleeves hurriedly, and wiped her tears. "My master is the God Empress Nian Qi." "Nian Qing, Nian Qing." Su Zimo murmured softly. "Your master gave you that name, right?" "Yes." Nian Qing nodded and handed over a golden page of paper with both hands. "Master said that if you kill your way to God's mainland one day, I had to hand this golden paper to you." Su Zimo received it and opened the folded golden paper. "Young master." When he saw those words, Su Zimo was a little dazed. The girl before him seemed to have transformed into Nian Qi and was standing beside him, calling softly. I hope that you will never have to see these messages. However, if by any misfortune you have to see them, it means that the god race did not heed my instructions. Young master, please spare a bit of bloodline for the god race on account of our past relationship. I will be extremely grateful. After reading it, Suzimo rubbed his palm and the golden paper turned into dust, dissipating. Senior Martial Emperor? Nian Qing asked uneasily with a trembling voice. Suzimo said, If you had taken it out earlier, so many of your clansmen might not have died. Nian Qing lowered her head. She wanted to take it out earlier as well. However, be it the high priest or the god emperor, they had never thought of begging for mercy. They only wanted to fight the martial emperor, and even kill him. Earlier on, she had already taken out the golden paper. However, the god emperor deliberately provoked the martial emperor and lured him into God's ground. To think that not only would the god emperor die, even the black gods in God's ground would be implicated. Chapter 2074 Traveling the World. 2074 Traveling the World. Everyone from Tianhuang mainland lamented when they saw that one person suppressed an entire world single-handedly. Who would have believed it if they had not seen it themselves? The storyteller was even more excited. Every generation's storyteller bore the responsibility of writing about the civilization of Tianhuang mainland, inheriting the spirit of the human race to impart merits, and the great Tao. The original intention of Fairy Ling Long when she established Enigma Palace was to impart the Tao. In Enigma Palace, every emperor would have the storyteller pass down a personal legacy for them. Back then, before Su Zimo was conferred the title of emperor, the mystic emperor wrote a legacy for him because he established the martial Tao and imparted martial arts to all living beings. The mystic emperor once said that he did not name the legacy and left its title blank instead. He did not know what Su Zimo's future accomplishments would be. Therefore, this legacy could only be completed by the storyteller of the next generation. Later on, the Battle of the 10,000 Races broke out in Tianhuang mainland as well as the Blood Fiend catastrophe. At that time, the mystic emperor had already become the palace guardian of the human emperor's palace, and Lin Xuanji officially became the storyteller of that generation. Lin Xuanji recorded the two unprecedented battles in that legacy. Before Lin Xuanji ascended, he chose the next storyteller. Initially, he had intended to fill in the name of the legacy of the martial emperor. However, before he did it, he changed his mind and left it blank still. Right now, the legacy had already been passed down to this generation's storyteller. Under normal circumstances, Tianhuang mainland would enter a long period of recuperation after experiencing the Battle of the 10,000 Races and the Blood Fiend catastrophe. Initially, the storyteller of this generation thought that Tianhuang mainland after the martial emperor era was ordinary and boring. However, he had not expected that he would personally witness the martial emperor conquer God's mainland and suppress an entire world single-handedly. It was an incomparably resplendent and unprecedented battle. Be it in terms of meaning, impact, or the powerful methods displayed by various parties, this battle was not weaker than the Battle of the 10,000 Races and the Blood Fiend catastrophe. The storyteller was extremely excited to be able to witness and even record it personally. Before long, under the gazes of everyone in Tianhuang mainland, Su Zimo walked over with a little girl from the god race. Zimo, are you all right? Ji Yaoxue asked softly. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. Arriving before Ji Yaoxue, he handed her the god's crown. What are you doing? Ji Yaoxue lowered her head slightly and blushed. As though he did not notice it, Su Zimo turned to the little girl from the god race and said, Release the secret skill of the god race and activate this god's crown so that it can flow with the power of faith. Nian Qing was from the god race and she was the only one who could use the god's crown. Ji Yaoxue also realized that there might be a reason why Su Zimo gave her the god's crown. Nian Qing nodded and channeled her blood qi, releasing her spirit consciousness to condense a secret skill. Nian Qing's cultivation realm was not high enough. A long time later, The 8 gems on the god's crown shone gently, and a milky white glow flowed down slowly, landing on Ji Yaoxue like a waterfall. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness locked onto Ji Yaoxue and sensed the changes in her body. After a moment, Nian Qing's essence spirit was weak and could no longer activate the god's crown. Her face was pale as she panted slightly. The power of faith that flowed down from the god's crown was severed as well. Is it still not enough? Su Zimo murmured internally, and his eyes dimmed. He could see that Ji Yaoxue's cultivation realm showed no signs of breaking through, and her lifespan did not increase either. All these years, in order to help Ji Yaoxue extend her lifespan, he had searched for countless treasures and thought of countless methods. However, it was all futile in the end. This time round, when he sensed the mystical power of faith, his first reaction was to ask Ji Yaoxue to try and see if she could break through and extend her lifespan. Unfortunately, the combat strength of the martial Dao prime body was invincible in the lower worlds. His cultivation realm was already comparable to an earth immortal. Even if he could establish the martial Dao, impart martial arts to all living beings and smelt all dharmic arts, he was still helpless against this matter. This also meant that if there was no other way, Ji Yaoxue only had 1,000 years left to live. For mortals, 1,000 years was a long time. However, for cultivators, it was fleeting. Although he suppressed God's mainland today and resolved the greatest hidden ailment of Tianhuang mainland, even obtaining a complete essence spirit mine, Su Zimo did not feel any joy in his heart. Everyone in Tianhuang mainland could sense the change in the martial emperor's emotions, but none of them knew the reason. Ji Yaoxue smiled gently and removed the god's crown. She handed it back to Su Zimo and asked gently, "Are you worried about me?" Su Zimo received the god's crown quietly, and lowered his gaze in silence. Ji Yaoxue smiled. "Zimo, actually, I no longer have any regrets after seeing you again. I'm elated right now." Ji Yaoxue did not want Su Zimo to be overly upset. Instead, she smiled and consoled him. "What are your plans next?" Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo finally raised his head and asked Ji Yaoxue. "I have no idea as well." Ji Yaoxue shook her head gently. Suddenly, Su Zimo said, "Let's go out for a walk." "Ah." Ji Yaoxue froze for a moment and asked instinctively, "Where?" "To other minor kiliocosms." Su Zimo smiled. "There are 1 billion minor kiliocosms like Tianhuang mainland in the lower worlds, and each minor kiliocosm is different. They have different civilizations, legacies, and living beings. They are quirky and filled with all sorts of strange things." Ji Yaoxue's eyes shone brightly when she heard that. Even the others in Tianhuang mainland yearned to go out and broaden their horizons, let alone her. Those were worlds that were different from Tianhuang mainland and God's mainland. What sort of civilizations, structures, and customs were there in those minor kiliocosms? Everything was unknown and new. Unfortunately, even the emperors of Tianhuang mainland present did not have the ability to travel through the 1 billion minor kiliocosms at will, let alone bring someone else along. Oh, of course that's good. However, aren't you going to choose to ascend? Will it affect your cultivation? Ji Yaoxue was a little happy, excited, and worried. "There's no hurry to ascend." Su Zimo smiled. "Cultivating is boring, and it's rare that I'm able to take a break as such. I can take the time to travel around. Of course, that's if the Empress of Great Zhou is willing as well." Ji Yaoxue pretended to be dignified and pondered for a moment before replying. "Granted." Although Ji Yaoxue had a stern expression, her eyes were so beautiful that they seemed like they were smiling on their own. At that moment, both of them seemed to have abandoned their identities. Su Zimo was not the martial emperor. Ji Yaoxue was not the empress either. It was as though time had reversed, and the two of them had returned to that night when they first met. They looked at each other and smiled, feeling the same way. There was no lust in their eyes, and their gazes were clear, pure, and beautiful. In Su Zimo's heart, Ji Yaoxue was different from others after all. Back then, when Su Hong was in his twilight years, he was trapped at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, and did not have the chance to be by Su Hong's side. Now, Su Zimo did not want to leave any regrets. Even if the two of them were not fated to be Tao companions in this lifetime, it did not affect Ji Yaoshua's status in his heart. He would choose to accompany Ji Yaoshua on this final journey. Chapter 2075 Out of Seclusion. 2075 Out of Seclusion. Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Solar Luna County, Astral Sect. It had been more than 1,500 years since Su Zimo entered seclusion. All these years he had not appeared. Even the vicinity of his cave abode was filled with weeds. Furthermore, they grew extremely well and covered the cave abode. If not for the fact that they could sense a faint life force within the cave abode, many people would have thought that the drunkard from back then had already died within. Back when he joined Astral Sect, the changes that happened on the stargazing platform were gradually forgotten by everyone as well. Except Shangguan Qian of the Shangguan family. Her cave abode was near Su Zimo's cave abode. Every once in a while, she would come over to take a look. This person sure knows how to stone. He's probably in a drunken stupor in his cave abode and has long lost track of time. Not far away, a young man laid on a green stone and crossed his legs. Another person said, "In my opinion, it's useless for us to waste time here. Who knows when that drunkard will come out of seclusion?" Xie Yong, a clansman of the Xie clan. The other was Lin Gong, a clansman of the Lin clan. Both of them were grade 1 Earth immortals. Back then, Xie Tianfeng and Lin Ming wanted to cause trouble for Su Zimo. However, they were blocked by the array formation outside the cave abode and casually sent 2 clansmen to watch over Su Zimo instead. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 years had passed. "This drunkard sure is strange," Xie Yong said. "Normally, cultivators who join Astral Sect would bear a sliver of hope of finding the legendary cultivation technique in Astral Sect. However, this drunkard has never shown himself." "That's right. He hasn't participated in any of the events and fights held by the sect," Lin Gong replied. "Say, this person hasn't even done a sect mission before. Where is he going to get essence spirit stones and major essence condensation pills to cultivate? I reckon that even if this drunkard can complete any mission for the sect, he'll definitely exchange the rewards for wine." "Ha ha!" Both of them burst into laughter. Right then, a creaking sound came from the cave abode not far away. Xie Yong and Lin Gong were stunned and looked over hurriedly. The door of the cave abode that was overgrown with weeds was opening slowly. Dust scattered and billowed. Immediately after, a violent gust of wind surged out from the cave abode and dispersed the dust at the entrance. A tall figure swayed out. It was the drunkard called Mo Ling. "This person has actually come out of seclusion." Xie Yong heaved a sigh of relief. When he saw that this person was out of seclusion, he could finally return to report, and no longer have to watch over him. "Brother Xie, something doesn't seem right." Just as Xie Yong was about to leave, Lin Gong suddenly grabbed him and said, "Why?" Xie Yong was in a hurry to report and asked impatiently. Lin Gong asked, "I remember that the drunkard was only a grade 1 Earth immortal when he joined Astral Sect." "That's right." Xie Yong nodded. Thereafter, he could tell what Lin Gong was implying and could not help but jump in shock. He asked hurriedly, "Why? Has he broken through to the level 2 Earth Essence realm?" Anyone who could break through a level in 1,500 years was a genius among geniuses. Even for disciples groomed by sects or successors of aristocratic families with sufficient cultivation resources, it was difficult for them to reach this level. He didn't break through to the level 2 Earth Essence realm. Seemingly scared out of his wits, Lin Gong shook his head. "Take a look for yourself. I might be seeing things." Xie Yong turned around and released his spirit consciousness to check. Psst! Xie Yong's expression changed starkly. Level 4 Earth Essence Realm. 3 levels in 1,500 years. Xie Yong's mouth was agape in disbelief. How is this possible? Xie Yong could not accept it, and murmured repeatedly. When he wanted to check on the drunkard's cultivation again, he raised his head and realized that the latter had already flown into the air and disappeared from their line of sight. Chapter 2076 2076 Heavenly Perfected Water. 2076 Heavenly Perfected Water. What? In a cave abode, Xie Tianfeng slammed the table and stood up. Shocked, he frowned and asked, "You mean to say that this drunkard rose 3 levels in just 1,500 years?" "It's absolutely true," Xie Yong replied hurriedly. "I'm not the only one. Lin Gong saw it as well. There's no mistake about it." "How is that possible?" Xie Tianfeng frowned in deep thought, puzzled. Even with his talent, he could not dream of breaking through a level in 1,500 years, let alone 3 levels in a row. This was beyond his understanding. Earth immortals had a lifespan of 200,000 years. If he could guarantee a breakthrough every 10,000 years, he would be a genius, let alone 1,500 years. Could that person have used some method to hide his cultivation initially? Xie Tianfeng lamented internally. Perhaps he was a grade 4 Earth immortal to begin with, but he hid his true cultivation. However, on second thought, he denied that speculation. Back then, everyone witnessed the cultivation of this drunkard. He was a grade 7 Earth immortal. There was no way this drunkard could hide from his senses. However, if that was not the case, how could this person have broken through 3 levels in a row in just 1,500 years? Notwithstanding the duration, the cultivation resources required to break through 3 levels alone was a huge figure. This person was only a grade 1 Earth immortal. How could he have so many cultivation resources? Initially, Xie Tianfeng did not take Su Zimo seriously. Su Zimo was only a grade 1 Earth immortal after all. Xie Tianfeng's cultivation realm was much higher than his, and they were on completely different levels. The reason why he sent people to keep watch was because Shangguan Qian seemed to be paying attention to this person. But now, Xie Tianfeng vaguely realized that he might have misjudged him. "Xie Ran," Xie Tianfeng called softly. "Yes." A tall and skinny man stood out, a grade 5 Earth immortal. Xie Tianfeng said, "Follow this person and observe his every move. Report to me immediately if you find anything unusual." "All right." Xie Ran agreed and turned to leave. At the same time, a Lin clansman left Lin Ning's cave abode. At that moment, Su Zimo had already left Main Peak Alcade and was heading out of the sect. Although there were many missions on Main Peak Alcade, the rewards were average. Even for a 9-star difficulty mission, the contribution points awarded could not be exchanged for many essence spirit stones or major essence condensation pills. A 9-star difficulty mission was extremely dangerous, and would take a long time. It was not worth it. Astral Sect was only a black grade sect after all, and the rewards were limited. Su Zimo recalled the place and decided to check it out. The Valley of the Dragon Abyss Star. There was a secret space hidden in the valley. Su Zimo could only enter and exit it freely because his essence spirit had the Dragon Phoenix essence spirit. At that time, in that space, Su Zimo saw a dilapidated palace building. However, when he wanted to explore, he was blocked by a powerful force and could not venture deeper. Now that his cultivation was already at the level 4 Earth Essence realm, he could revisit this old place and explore the space to see if he could gain anything. There was a high chance that it was a space opened up by a perfected immortal horned dragon, and there might be treasures inside. Not long after Su Zimo left Astral Sect, he frowned slightly. He sensed that someone was following him. Su Zimo sneered internally. Ever since he joined Astral Sect, he had not interacted with or offended anyone. To think that he would still attract attention. The trees wanted silence, but the wind refused to stop. Su Zimo channeled his spirit consciousness and released boundless golden light, heavenly feet, and other divine powers. He released ethereal wings behind him, and his speed increased exponentially. Xie Ran released all his blood qi and channeled his essence spirit to its limits. However, he could not catch up and eventually lost track of Su Zimo. It was the same for the Lin clansman, and he was left behind by Su Zimo before long. This drunkard's movement technique is impressive, Ran harumphed coldly. To think that he knows so many movement techniques and secret skills. Even though our cultivation realms are higher than his, we can't do anything to him. The Lin clansman shrugged. Let's go. We can only return. The two of them had no choice but to return to Astral Sect. On the other side, Su Zimo released 3 divine powers and secret skills. Speeding all the way, he took a huge detour before heading towards the nearest Sengyu city. Before long, Su Zimo was alerted once more. He was still being followed. This person's cultivation realm was at least 2 levels above his. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been followed so closely. It was simple for Su Zimo to shake this person off. All he had to do was release his innate divine powers and condense the rock wings. However, the rock wings were way too obvious, and he had used them back when he was hunted down by Prince Yuanzhua in Green Cloud County. If he released that divine power, there was a high chance he would attract even more trouble. Just as Su Zimo was thinking, the sound of a sharp weapon tearing through the air came from behind him. It was extremely fast and arrived behind his head in the blink of an eye. The attacker did not hold back at all for that attack. It was a pure killing move. Su Zimo's expression turned cold, and he merely tilted his head slightly to avoid the fatal blow. At the same time, he paused and turned around. Far away, a black-robed man with a dark expression, a grade 6 Earth Immortal, was speeding over with a flushed face and drenched in sweat. Although he was not left behind by Su Zimo along the way, he was exhausted. Why are you following me? Su Zimo asked coldly. Humph. The black-robed man approached and took a deep breath, trying his best to compose himself. With a murderous expression, he said, You can ask the King of Hell that question. Actually, he had already sensed that something was amiss. Suddenly, the drunkard no longer seemed drunk and his hazy eyes became clear and bright. However, the black-robed man did not think too much about it and attacked. He channeled his essence spirit, and divine powers spread. A gigantic fireball was formed in his palm and he pointed it at Su Zimo. The fireball howled like a blazing sun. The black-robed man released a greater divine power the moment he attacked. Su Zimo's expression was calm. Although the other party was a grade 6 Earth Immortal, he had many methods that could suppress this grade 6 Earth Immortal at that moment. He pondered for a moment, and did not move. He secretly condensed his essence spirit and circulated his secret skill. Phew! Endless heaven and earth essence Qi gathered around him and a black water droplet rapidly formed on his fingertip. The water droplet was rather mysterious. Although it was only a single drop, it seemed to contain an endless and unimaginable power. This black water droplet was a secret skill passed down by the Black Tortoise Sacred Soul, Heavenly Perfected Water. Heavenly Perfected Water was the epitome of pure Yin and the essence of all water. A single drop could turn into rivers and oceans. Su Zimo flicked his finger gently and the water droplet flew out, colliding against the incoming gigantic fireball. The difference between the two seemed immense. It was like striking a stone with an egg. However, the black water droplet let out an ear-piercing sound when it landed on the gigantic fireball. Instantly, the fireball was extinguished and the power of divine powers dissipated. Chapter 2077 Erasing All Traces. 2077 Erasing All Traces. The black-robed man's expression changed starkly. He had not expected that a grade 4 Earth Immortal who was 2 cultivation realms lower than him would release such an unassuming water droplet and destroy his greater divine power. Not only that, the black water droplet did not dry up completely after passing through the gigantic fireball. The remaining wisp charged towards the black-robed man. What demonic art is that? The black-robed man cursed and extended his robes. With a casual wave of his hand, he wanted to brush away the water droplet and condense an immortal art to fight Su Zimo. However, the moment his robes collided with the water droplet, the black-robed man shuddered. He did not manage to shake that single water droplet. At that moment, it was as though he was not facing a water droplet, but a vast ocean that was surging over with raging tides. Bang! The water droplet exploded. The black-robed man was sent flying, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body. He was sent flying and rolled dozens of feet away. If there was weak water in the world, the lightest would drown all living beings, and even a goose's feather would not be able to float on it. In contrast, heavenly perfected water would be the heaviest water in the world. A single droplet could defend against rivers and oceans. Although Su Zimo had cultivated it successfully, he could only condense a single droplet with his essence spirit. If he could cultivate to the point where he could condense thousands of drops of heavenly perfected water to create the force of a river, it would be a power that could destroy the world and everything. The black-robed man wanted to stand up as he channeled his essence Qi to repair the cracks in his bones. Suddenly, a figure flashed before him, and Su Zimo had already arrived before him. One of Su Zimo's feet stomped on his chest like a towering mountain. The black-robed man could not move at all. "You can't kill me," the black-robed man said hurriedly. "I'm from the Zwa clan." The Zwa clan was one of the 5 major family clans of Solar Luna County. Expressionlessly, Su Zimo asked, "Who sent you?" "It was my own idea," the black-robed man said. "You're not telling the truth." Su Zimo shook his head gently and exerted strength in his feet, causing the black-robed man's chest to creak as though it could penetrate it at any moment. "Mo Ling, how dare you!" The black-robed man was enraged and grit his teeth. "If you dare to kill me, I'll..." Snap! Exerting strength in his feet, Su Zimo crushed the black-robed man's heart, and his chest caved in. "Ah!" The black-robed man let out a tragic cry. Without giving him any chance, Su Zimo reached out and slapped the top of his head, restraining his essence spirit and releasing the soul-searching art. Since this person was not telling the truth, Su Zimo would see for himself. Before long, that person's essence spirit withered. A moment later, Su Zimo rubbed his palm and killed the black-robed man's essence spirit. Zwijushian. Turning back to look in the direction of Astral Sect, Su Zimo sneered. He had some impression of Zwijushian. Among the successors of the 5 family clans, this person had the highest cultivation realm. Like Shangguanqian, he was a grade 8 Earth Immortal and was relatively mature, looking extraordinary. Unlike Xie Tianfeng and Lin Ming, this person did not show any hostility towards him. Su Zimo had not expected that this person would want his life the moment he made a move. Furthermore, this person was extremely cautious and sent a grade 6 Earth Immortal to ensure that nothing went wrong. However, he was up against Su Zimo. Su Zimo removed the storage bag of the black-robed man and threw down a ball of flames casually. He burned the person's body to ashes and destroyed his corpse before turning to leave. His current goal was to head to the abyss of the Dragon Abyss Star to take a look, and could not be bothered with Zwijushian for the time being. Astral Sect, in a cave abode. Zwijushian sat cross-D on the stone bed, seemingly resting with his eyes closed. Behind him stood an old man who was a grade 7 Earth Immortal. "Young master, why did you suddenly pay attention to Mo Ling and even send Zwifu to hunt him down?" the old man asked curiously. Zwijushian rubbed his glabella gently before opening his eyes. "Shangguanqian has a strange look in her eyes when she looks at him. Only after asking around a few times I found out that the reason for it was the phenomenon in Astral Sect back then." "Why? Was it related to this person?" The old man frowned in disbelief. "This person was only a grade 1 Earth Immortal back then. How could he have caused such a huge commotion at the stargazing platform?" Zwijushian said. "Back when I heard Shangguanqian's speculation, I thought nothing of it and felt that she was overthinking it. However, after coming out of seclusion this time round, this person's cultivation realm advanced by leaps and bounds, and he became a grade 4 Earth Immortal. That's way too interesting." The old man was in deep thought as well. Zwijushian said in a deep voice, "I'm certain that this person definitely has a unique treasure in his possession. It's this unique treasure that triggered the phenomenon of the stargazing platform. It's also this unique treasure that allowed this person to advance 3 levels in 1,500 years. That's why you asked Swafu to kill that person and retrieve his treasure. The old man was enlightened. A searing look flashed through Zhujuan eyes. If I can obtain such an unique treasure, I'll be able to break through to become a grade 9 Earth Immortal before the Divine Firmament Immortal meet and fight for a spot on the Earth ranking. As long as I can enter the Earth ranking, I'll be famous in the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom even if I'm at the bottom. This is only my starting point. At that time, I'll develop my family clan and will expand out of Solar Luna County to become an immortal aristocratic family of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Your ambitions are truly a blessing for the family clan, young master. The old man praised hurriedly. Thereafter, as though he recalled something, the old man asked, Young master, has your marriage with Shangguan Qian been decided yet? Yes. At the mention of that, Zhujuan's expression suddenly darkened. Humph, I've spent a lot of effort on her all these years. However, that woman has always been indifferent to me. Humph, if I can leave my name on the Earth ranking, I'll definitely be famous throughout the world. At that time, even if she comes to beg me, I might not even fancy her. Right then, Zhujuan's heart skipped a beat. As though he sensed something, he slapped his storage bag and took out a shattered soul badge with a terrible expression. This is... the old man asked. Zhufu is dead. Zhujuan grit his teeth and said with a cold gaze. The old man frowned. How is that possible? Zhufu's combat strength is not weak and his cultivation realm is 2 cultivation realms above Mo Ling. How did he die? There are 2 possibilities, Zhujuan said in a deep voice. First, Mo Ling killed Zhufu with that unique treasure. Second, he has other helpers by his side. I'm guessing that the first possibility is more likely. Pondering for a moment, the old man nodded as well. When that person joined Astral Sect, he was alone and had no contact with anyone all these years. He shouldn't have any helpers. Fufu. Suddenly, Zhujuan smiled and said coolly, I'm even more looking forward to a treasure that can allow a person to kill an opponent 2 levels above him. Chapter 2078 Dragon Race. 2078 Dragon Race. Arriving at Sengyu City, Su Zimo headed straight for the teleportation formation. There were still wanted notices of him on the city walls of the ancient city. However, after more than 1,000 years, the security had gradually relaxed. Su Zimo observed the city for half a day. There were no guards that would come forth and demand cultivators to reveal their essence spirits before they could enter the teleportation formation. That way, there would not be any loopholes with his essence spirit wielding the Trinity auspicious jade. Su Zimo swaggered into the teleportation formation and was teleported to the edge of Solar Luna County's territory, the city closest to the Dragon Abyss Star, Peerless City. The longer the teleportation distance, the more essence spirit stones to be paid. The black-robed man had some essence spirit stones in his storage bag that were enough for him to teleport. After arriving at Peerless City, Su Zimo did not leave the city and continued teleporting to the Dragon Abyss Star. Dragon Abyss City had not changed much in more than 2,000 years. When Su Zimo re-entered the ancient city, he could not help but feel emotional. Back when he left Dragon Abyss City, he was only a grade 7 black immortal. When he returned this time round, his cultivation was already at grade 4 earth immortal. The moment Su Zimo walked out of the teleportation formation, he sensed that something was different. The difference came from the gazes of many cultivators in the city. Every cultivator looked at him with reverence. Even the guard guarding the teleportation formation bowed slightly with a respectful expression when he saw Su Zimo appear. The guard guarding the teleportation formation was only a grade 6 black immortal. Who is the city lord of this city? Su Zimo looked askance at the guard at the side and asked in a seemingly casual manner. Exalted Immortal, the current city lord of Dragon Abyss City is Chu Ming, the guard replied. Su Zimo raised his brows slightly and asked again. I remember that the previous city lord's surname seemed to be Su. Exalted Immortal, you're referring to Su Shi, right? The guard said. After Su Shi entered the Earth Immortal realm, he left Dragon Abyss City with his family. He should have headed to Divine Firmament mainland to join the immortal sections. Su Zimo nodded slightly. Back when he bid farewell to Sushur, the latter had indeed said that he had such plans. Exalted Immortal, you're also here for the Abyss here, right? The guard asked. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he asked. Why? Other cultivators went to that abyss? The person said. Exalted Immortal, you don't know. Ever since the unforeseen event on the Dragon Abyss Star back then, every once in a while, some exalted immortals of the Divine Firmament mainland would descend here to explore. It's said that there's some treasure hidden there. However, I've never heard of anyone obtaining it after all these years. Su Zimo nodded. Has anyone been to the Dragon Abyss Star recently? There are two sects, Black Ice Valley and Guyuan sect. I heard that they are both black-grade sects, that person replied. What's the cultivation of the cultivators of these sects? Su Zimo asked again. They should be Earth Immortals. However, I don't know their exact cultivation realms. The guard smiled. I'm a major cultivation realm apart from these exalted immortals. I can't tell at all. Su Zimo nodded and took out a jade bottle from his storage bag, tossing it to the guard. Keep it. Pretend that you've never seen me before. The guard opened the jade bottle and was delighted when he saw that there were 10,000 minor essence condensation pills inside. Exalted Immortal, don't worry. The guard put away the jade bottle happily. There were still many minor essence condensation pills in Su Zimo's storage bag. After cultivating to the Earth Immortal realm, even if he consumed the minor essence condensation pills, the effects would be almost negligible for him. He gave out 10,000 casually without any heartache. Su Zimo leaped up and left Dragon Abyss City, heading straight for the abyss. A day later, Su Zimo's speed gradually slowed down, and at the end of his vision, he could see a gigantic pitch-black crack that almost split the Dragon Abyss Star into two. Before he arrived, Su Zimo heard an intense fight. There was even a dragon roar mixed in those sounds. Su Zimo frowned slightly and headed towards the abyss. Before long, he arrived above the abyss and descended slowly. At the bottom of the abyss, above the corpses, 13 figures could be seen intertwining continuously, summoning many dermic treasures and releasing various divine powers and immortal arts to trap a white-robed girl. The 13 figures were all Earth Immortals. The 2 Grade 5 Earth Immortals with the highest cultivation realms wore different sect badges on their waists. It was clear they were from different sections. Among the other 11 Earth Immortals, the weakest were Grade 2 Earth Immortals. There were a total of 2 of them. There were 6 Grade 3 Earth Immortals and 3 Grade 4 Earth Immortals. However, the girl trapped in the middle was only at the level 1 Earth Essence realm. Su Zimo swept his gaze. There were 8 cultivators lying on the ground. It was clear that they had just died, and the blood that flowed from their wounds was still warm. These fallen cultivators died in tragic states. They were either torn into 2 by a tremendous force, their entire heads were bitten off, or their intestines were ruptured. Without witnessing it personally, it would be difficult to imagine that those cultivators died in the hands of the girl. There was only a single reason why the white-robed girl was able to kill 8 cultivators despite being surrounded by so many Earth Immortals alongside a cultivation realm disparity. She was not human. Su Zimo sensed a familiar bloodline aura from the white-robed girl. The bloodline of the dragon race. Roar! Right then, another wound appeared on the white-robed girl's body. In her anger, she opened her mouth slightly and let out a dragon roar. However, the white-robed girl was covered in injuries and the dragon roar was clearly weak. Su Zimo nodded to himself. The difference in cultivation realm between the white-robed girl and the Earth Immortals surrounding her was 4 levels. It was truly not easy for her to last till now with such a huge difference. Right now, Su Zimo was a Grade 4 Earth Immortal. Given his combat strength, it was hard to tell who would win if he was up against a Grade 8 Earth Immortal with a difference of 4 levels. Of course, he had many methods. Victory was often determined instantly in a life-and-death battle. Under normal circumstances, dragons could only unleash their combat strength to its limits when they reverted to their true forms. However, the white-robed girl did not transform into her dragon form. Each time she wanted to activate her bloodline, a beam of light would descend onto her body. The moment her figure began to transform, she would revert to her human form rapidly after being struck by the beam of light. Demon revealing mirrors. Su Zimo looked at the two ancient mirrors in midair. Both ancient mirrors were dermic treasures of the two Grade 5 Earth Immortals. Among the 13 Earth Immortals surrounding her, the two Grade 5 Earth Immortals blocked most of the white-robed girl's power. If not for the two Grade 5 Earth Immortals, the remaining 11 Earth Immortals might not have been able to suppress the white-robed girl even though their cultivation realms surpassed hers. Ha ha! A Grade 5 Earth Immortal smiled. I'm truly lucky today. I actually encountered a young dragon here on a sect mission. I'm going to capture it alive and tame it as my spirit beast. Chapter 2079 Who are you trying to scare? 2079 Who are you trying to scare? The bloodline of the dragon race is indeed extraordinary. The other Grade 5 Earth Immortal smiled. If not for the two of us here today, our juniors alone won't be able to subdue this young dragon. Su Zimo watched coldly from the sidelines and could see everything clearly. If he was not wrong, those two groups of cultivators should be from the two sects that the Guard of Dragon Abyss City mentioned, Black Ice Valley and Essence Reversion Sect. The reason why the white-robed girl could last so long was partly because she was not weak. At the same time, the two Grade 5 Earth Immortals wanted to capture her alive and held back without killing her. Of course, as time passed by and the white-robed girl's injuries worsened, she would definitely not be able to hold on for much longer. Damned humans! The white-robed girl ground her teeth and her eyes were filled with abhorrence and anger as she said hatefully, "How dare you guys try to enslave me? Aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of the dragon race and starting a war between the dragon and heavenly world?" The two Grade 5 Earth Immortals were slightly stunned, as though they were shocked. But soon, the two of them exchanged glances and burst into laughter, their eyes filled with mockery. What was this young dragon talking about? The Grade 5 Earth Immortal of Black Ice Valley pretended not to hear her, and shouted deliberately. This young dragon is threatening us with a war between the dragon and heavenly world? That scared me. Ha ha! Even the other cultivators burst into laughter. The Grade 5 Earth Immortal of Essence Reversion Sect looked at the white-robed girl and sneered. Who do you think you are? A young dragon that's still wet behind the ears wants to cause a war between worlds. Indeed, the white-robed girl's threat was rather ridiculous. After all, she was only a young dragon at the level 1 Earth Essence realm. It sounded like a fantasy if the entire dragon world were to wage war against a world because of a level 1 Earth Essence realm young dragon. Similarly, if an Earth Immortal of the human race died in the dragon world, there was no way the heavenly world would wage a war between worlds over such a small matter. How cruel was a war between worlds! Once a war broke out between two worlds, countless experts would be embroiled and countless living beings would be doomed. Even Grotto Heaven realm experts and kings might not be able to cause a war between worlds if they died in other worlds, let alone an Earth Immortal. The secret of Astral Sect was that a king of another world went on a massacre in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain and attracted an immortal emperor to kill him. Even then, there weren't any wars waged against the heavenly world. Why you guys? As the white-robed girl defended, her cheeks puffed up in anger, and she did not know how to argue. Even if a war between worlds isn't waged, my mother will find you guys and tear you guys apart, eating you up bit by bit. The white-robed girl did not give up. Ha ha! The Grade 5 Earth Immortal of Black Ice Valley could not help but laugh again and said leisurely, Little girl, you're still too young. Let me teach you some logic. As a dragon, you came to the territory of the heavenly world. Even if you die here, you can't blame anyone. The Grade 5 Earth Immortal of Essence Reversion Sect looked at the white-robed girl and shook his head. You're truly way too naive. We'll capture you alive later and take you away from this place. Who will know that we're the ones who took you away? Shameless and despicable humans! The white-robed girl could not help but curse. This girl seemed to be inexperienced in the world. Even if she was filled with hatred, the most she would say was that they were despicable and shameless. Hit! The Grade 5 Earth Immortal of Black Ice Valley took advantage of the white-robed girl's distraction and suddenly summoned a Dermic treasure. It landed on the white-robed girl and coiled a few times instantly. It was a silver-white rope similar to the demon-suppressing rope of the cultivation world. However, this rope had an additional change compared to ordinary demon-suppressing ropes. The white-robed girl roared and wanted to break free from the restraints. The rope shone with silver light and layers of frost formed rapidly, emitting a chilling intent. Even Suzimo, who was watching from afar, felt a chill, let alone the white-robed girl trapped within. A layer of frost covered the white-robed girl's body as well. The dragon blood in her body gradually condensed, and her movements became slower. Before long, she would be captured alive by those cultivators. When he saw that, Suzimo revealed himself and staggered towards the battlefield. Bloody hell, why is it so noisy? Suzimo carried a wine jar in one hand and cursed. He did not know or have any relationship with this white-robed girl. However, Suzimo had an innate sense of familiarity towards the dragon race. On the one hand, that feeling came from the dragon phoenix essence spirit. On the other hand, it was also because the dragon phoenix true body had lived, grown and cultivated in the dragon race for many years in Tianhuang mainland. At the same time, it was because of the protection of the dragon race and the help of Long Ran that the dragon phoenix true body could gradually grow and eventually reach its peak, transforming into a taboo dragon phoenix. Therefore, Suzimo did not want to stand by idly when he saw the white-robed girl in danger. All the cultivators present were shocked. The two Grade 5 Earth Immortals of Black Ice Valley and Essence Reversion sect frowned slightly and looked over. Both of their spirit consciousnesses swept past Suzimo. When they saw that he was only a Grade 4 Earth Immortal, their expressions relaxed and they heaved a sigh of relief. Black Ice Valley and Essence Reversion sect are subduing a demon here. Anyone unrelated should leave quickly to avoid being implicated by our weapons. The Grade 5 Earth Immortal of Black Ice Valley glared at Suzimo, and his tone was cold and threatening. What's that? Suzimo rolled his eyes and pouted his lips. Black Ice Valley and Essence Reversion sect are nothing. I'm even from Astral sect. Who are you two brats trying to scare? The white-robed girl was surrounded and was covered in injuries. In theory, there was no reason for her to smile in such a critical situation. However, when she saw Suzimo drunk and spouting nonsense that was truly interesting and enjoyable, she could not help but burst into laughter. Although she was furious, she did not know how to scold others. Suzimo's words helped her vent the anger in her heart. However, the white-robed girl quickly realized that something was amiss and shut her mouth. The expressions of the two Grade 5 Earth Immortals from Black Ice Valley and Essence Reversion sect darkened and their gazes were cold. If they were against someone with a higher cultivation realm, the two of them might have endured it. However, when they saw a level 4 Earth Essence realm drunkard humiliate them, killing intent surged in their hearts at the same time. I'll go kill that person! The Grade 5 Earth Immortal of Essence Reversion sect sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. To avoid unnecessary trouble. This drunkard was deranged and delirious. If he was allowed to leave, who knew what news he would spread outside? If there were other experts in Divine Firmament mainland who knew that they had captured a young dragon alive, they would definitely covet it. Go on, get rid of this person as soon as possible. The Grade 5 Earth Immortal of Black Ice Valley said in a deep voice. This young dragon is trapped by my black ice lock. She won't be able to break free with me watching over her. Chapter 2080 Escape. 2080 Escape. The Grade 5 Earth Immortal slapped his storage bag and summoned dozens of flying swords, forming a sword formation in midair that slashed towards Suzimo. Bloody hell, what nonsense is this? How dare you embarrass yourself? Suzimo cursed and drank a mouthful of strong wine calmly. He took a deep breath and spat it out. Poof! The strong wine turned into dense wine arrows that spewed out and splashed onto the incoming sword formation. Cling! Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed repeatedly. The sword formation conjured by the Grade 5 Earth Immortal of Essence Reversion sect dissipated instantly after Su Zimo spat out a mouthful of strong wine and scattered on the ground. How terrifying was Su Zimo's current physique! With the green lotus true body, the thunder bones and the divine elephant breathing technique that he cultivated. The power released by that single breath earlier on was terrifying and could even kill Earth Immortals of the same cultivation realm. If anyone focused their gazes, they would see that the dozens of flying swords that fell to the ground were already dim and crippled. A single mouthful of strong wine crippled dozens of dermic treasures. The Grade 5 Earth Immortal of Essence Reversion sect was shocked. If he had not seen it personally, he would not have believed it. How? The person realized that the drunkard seemed to be troublesome to deal with and wanted to buy time for the other cultivators to join forces with him. Bloody hell, you're trying to scare me with this bunch of scrap metal! The moment Su Zimo's voice sounded, the Grade 5 Earth Immortal of Essence Reversion sect felt his vision blur, as though someone had passed by him, bringing with it a breeze that messed up the hair on his forehead. The Grade 5 Earth Immortal of Essence Reversion sect widened his eyes, as though he wanted to say something. However, he realized that the strength in his body was draining rapidly. He felt a sharp pain in his mind and his consciousness gradually faded into oblivion. Thump! That person's corpse fell from midair. A bloodied hole the size of a finger appeared on his glabella with fresh blood oozing. Even he did not know what happened. Only a few people present saw that the drunkard's movement technique was extremely fast. Arriving beside the person, he extended his finger and tapped the latter's glabella gently before continuing forward. The entire process was fluid as water. The drunkard's footsteps and actions did not pause at all. There were no divine powers, immortal arts, or secret skills. He merely brushed by the other person casually and killed someone by raising his hand with an indescribable ease. Senior Brotherly! The Earth Immortals of Essence Reversion sect exclaimed in shock. In midair, there were originally two demon-revealing mirrors. At that moment, one of them lost control and fell as well. Roar! Without the restraint of one of the demon-revealing mirrors, the white-robed girl growled and the dragon blood in her body gradually circulated. Cracks appeared on the frost on her body. The black ice lock that was initially binding her creaked as well, as though it could be broken by the white-robed girl at any moment. Keep an eye on her! The Grade 5 Earth Immortal of Black Ice Valley realized that this drunkard was troublesome to deal with as well and shouted hurriedly before turning to glare at Su Zimo. He conjured immortal arts with one hand and divine powers with the other. At the same time, the Grade 5 Earth Immortal of Black Ice Valley released his Essence Spirit secret skill without hesitation at the risk of his Essence Spirit being injured. Even if his Essence Spirit was injured, as long as he could kill this drunkard and capture this young dragon alive, he could make up for today's losses. To a certain extent, the death of a Grade 5 Earth Immortal of the Essence Reversion sect was a good thing for him. At the very least, there was no one to fight with him for the ownership of the young dragon. Black Ice Arrow! On the glabella of the Grade 5 Earth Immortal of Black Ice Valley, his massive spirit consciousness condensed into a sharp ice arrow that emitted a cold aura and stabbed towards Su Zimo. An Essence Spirit secret skill arrived instantly. The drunkard on the other end did not seem to have reacted and did not defend at all. Instead, he continued walking towards him foolishly. The Grade 5 Earth Immortal of Black Ice Valley was delighted. If the drunkard did not defend, his Essence Spirit secret skill would definitely be able to kill the drunkard's Essence Spirit. It was as though he could see Su Zimo's Essence Spirit destroyed and the latter falling from midair. He could not help but smile. He could not even be bothered to release the immortal arts and divine powers in his hands. Just as those images flashed through his mind, Su Zimo had already arrived before him. What are you smiling foolishly for? You look like an idiot. Su Zimo slapped him on the cheek. Piak! The Grade 5 Earth Immortal of Black Ice Valley was stunned. At that moment, endless doubts surged into his mind. How was that possible? This drunkard was able to deal with his essence spirit secret skill, the black ice arrow, without any defense at all? That's right, there must be a defensive essence spirit dermic treasure in the drunkard's consciousness. He was way too careless. Those thoughts flashed through the mind of the Grade 5 Earth Immortal of Black Ice Valley. At the same time, his vision gradually blurred and his body turned cold as his consciousness fell into a dark abyss. Su Zimo's seemingly casual slap was enough to shatter the essence spirit in his head. This Grade 5 Earth Immortal of Black Ice Valley did not even have time for his essence spirit to leave his body. The power of the essence spirit secret skill, the Black Ice Arrow, was not weak. However, Su Zimo did not have to defend intentionally. His consciousness was presided over by the Creation Lotus platform. The Black Ice Arrow could not break through the 90 green lotus seeds that contained a resplendent glow around his green lotus essence spirit alone. Furthermore, his essence spirit was already at the level 6 Earth essence realm. Even in a fight between essence spirits, that person would have definitely died. Clang! The other demon revealing mirror in midair fell to the ground. Boom! Without the effect of the two demon revealing mirrors, the white-robed girl's blood chi surged with the deafening sound of a tsunami. Pang! 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 Right on the heels of that, the white-robed girl transformed into her divine dragon form and broke free from the black ice lock on her body instantly, emitting a terrifying aura. The white-robed girl opened her dragon mouth and bit the body of a Grade 4 Earth Immortal into two. Shing! Her dragon claw danced and tore another Grade 3 Earth Immortal's body into pieces, dripping with blood that scattered through the void. Although the white-robed girl looked like she was in the form of a young dragon, her horns were still towering and her fangs and claws were sharp. Her low growls had already begun to possess the might of the dragon race. Phew! The white-robed girl opened her dragon mouth once more and spat out a white breath that landed on another Grade 4 Earth Immortal. The Grade 4 Earth Immortal was frozen into an ice sculpture instantly, and his expression froze on his face, unable to move at all. The white-robed girl extended a dragon claw and touched the person gently as though she was toying with him. Crack! 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 The human-shaped ice sculpture was filled with cracks rapidly and shattered, scattering on the ground. The white-robed girl soared into the air and let out a joyful roar, chasing after the other cultivators. The two sects had lost two Grade 5 Earth Immortals. Even without Su Zimo making a move, the remaining people were no match for the white-robed girl. Chapter 2081 His name is Long Ran. 2081 His name is Long Ran. The remaining cultivators of Essence Reversion Sect and Black Ice Valley were scared out of their wits and dispersed. However, no matter how fast those cultivators were, they could not compare to the white-robed girl's divine dragon body. Before they could escape from the abyss, they were all killed by the white-robed girl. After killing the two Grade 5 Earth Immortals, Su Zimo did not attack again. Instead, he removed the storage bags on their waists and checked them before putting them away. Before long, the white-robed girl returned, still in the combat state of the dragon race. She glared at Su Zimo with her gigantic dragon eyes with a guarded expression. Su Zimo ignored her and continued cleaning up the battlefield, collecting the storage bags of the remaining cultivators. They're mine if you don't want them. He dangled the storage bags in his hands. Humph! The white-robed girl said angrily. I don't want these despicable and dirty storage bags of humans. Su Zimo pouted slightly and put away the storage bags in his hands, asking, This is the heavenly world and you claim to be from the dragon world. However, from what I know, there's an endless sea of stars between the two worlds. You're only at level 1 Earth Essence realm. How did you cross the starry skies? One had to be at the Heaven Essence realm at the very least to cross the starry skies. Theoretically, one could travel through the starry skies after become a Heaven Immortal expert. It was similar to crossing the starry skies from the Dragon Abyss star to Divine Firmament, mainland. However, to cross the starry skies of two worlds, even Heaven Immortal experts would most likely die if they attempted that. Even the starry skies between the two closest worlds were unimaginably vast. Given the speed of heaven immortal experts, it would take countless years to cross it. In this vast starry skies, danger was ubiquitous and omnipresent. In this starry skies there were countless dangerous secret grounds that could be a lake, a dark forest, or a black hole. There were all sorts of living beings in the starry skies as well. Any single living being could kill heaven immortal experts with ease. Therefore, it was almost impossible for heaven immortal experts to cross the starry skies between the two worlds. Only by entering the perfected One realm and condensing a Tao fruit to become a perfected immortal would one be able to protect themselves when crossing the starry skies. Therefore, when he heard that the white-robed girl came from the dragon world, Su Zimo could not imagine that a level 1 Earth Essence Realm dragon could come to the heavenly world. I naturally have my ways. Why should I tell you? The white-robed girl said and glared at Su Zimo fixedly, her eyes still filled with hostility and caution. Su Zimo glared at the white-robed girl. Little girl, I saved you. Why are you looking at me like that? My mother told me that you people of the foreign races are despicable, shameless, and cunning. The white-robed girl said. Who knows if you'll want to capture me like those people after saving me? Su Zimo laughed. If I wanted to capture you, would you be able to defend? I killed the 2 grade 5 Earth Immortals earlier on. Humph. The white-robed girl raised her dragon head slightly and said proudly. I'm already in the combat form of the dragon race right now. I'm not afraid of you at all. She bared her dragon teeth at Su Zimo and said pretentiously. You're only a grade 4 Earth Immortal as well. Didn't you see the grade 4 Earth Immortals who died under my claws earlier on? You brat! Su Zimo sneered. Seems like I've got to teach you a lesson. The moment he said that, Su Zimo suddenly extended his palm and released the great Chaos Essence palm in midair, slapping down on the white-robed girl's head. Bad person, you truly harbor evil intentions. The white-robed girl was enraged and roared. Opening her dragon head, she revealed a row of sharp and menacing dragon teeth and bit towards Su Zimo's palm. Although the white-robed girl attacked, she held back and did not aim to kill. In her heart, no matter what, this drunkard had just saved her. Just as Su Zimo's palm was about to land in the white-robed girl's dragon mouth, his body swayed and he suddenly vanished. By the time Su Zimo reappeared, he was already behind the white-robed girl. True Dragon 9 flashes. Su Zimo pressed his palm on the white-robed girl's head and power burst forth. The white-robed girl shuddered and her bloodline was suppressed. Her massive dragon body shrank uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, she reverted to her human form and stood beside Su Zimo, half a body shorter. At that moment, Su Zimo's palm hovered above her head. As long as he exerted strength in his palm, he could kill her with a single thought. Seemingly shocked, the white-robed girl froze on the spot in disbelief. Are you scared? Su Zimo rubbed the white-robed girl's head gently. Don't be afraid. I have some ties with the dragon race and won't hurt you. Ah! Suddenly, the white-robed girl shrieked and grabbed Su Zimo's hand. She blinked repeatedly and looked at Su Zimo, stuttering. How do you know such a secret skill? That was clearly True Dragon 9 flashes? Su Zimo interrupted the white-robed girl with a fake smile. That's a secret skill exclusive to the dragon race. The white-robed girl said. How is that possible? Are you a dragon? Let me see. As she said that, the white-robed girl peeled off Su Zimo's clothes and inched over to take a look and smell. Su Zimo pushed her away hurriedly. I'm not a dragon. Although his essence spirit was fused with the dragon phoenix essence spirit, he could not be considered as a dragon. Su Zimo changed the topic and asked, Why did you come so far to the Dragon Abyss Star? When the white-robed girl saw Su Zimo use the True Dragon 9 flashes, she let down her guard completely, and even felt a sense of familiarity. It felt as though she had encountered her clansmen in another world. Earlier on, she was still shouting about killing. In the blink of an eye, she forgot about it and looked at Su Zimo curiously. The white-robed girl said, A senior of the dragon race once died here. I snuck here to retrieve his corpse and treasures. Oh? Suzumo's heart skipped a beat as he asked. What lineage was this senior of the dragon race from? The Horned Dragon, the white-robed girl said. This senior was extremely powerful back then and nearly entered the Grotto Heaven realm. Suzumo knew that the Horned Dragon that the white-robed girl was referring to was most likely the one he had seen. I know where the senior of the dragon race is buried. Suzumo pondered for a moment. However, I was the one who discovered this place first. There has to be an order of priority between us. Huh! The white-robed girl exclaimed softly, unable to conceal her disappointment. Suzumo thought for a moment and continued. Since this is the burial ground of your senior of the dragon race, I only want a portion of the treasures inside. For real? The white-robed girl's sadness turned into joy and she was delighted. However, there's a condition. Suzumo changed the topic. If you encounter a dragon who ascended to the dragon world from Tianhuang mainland when you return to the dragon world, I hope you can take good care of him. His name is Long Ran. Chapter 2082 Dragonhorn. 2082 Dragonhorn. Suzumo did not know much about the dragon world and the white-robed girl. However, since the white-robed girl could cultivate to the earth essence realm at such a young age, she definitely had sufficient cultivation resources. Furthermore, the white-robed girl might have some status to be able to cross the starry skies from the dragon world to the heavenly world and even know the secret of the place where the horned dragon died. If he were to abandon some treasures so that Long Ran could be taken care of and have a better living environment with the chance to cultivate and grow, Suzumo would not hesitate. Back at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, his inner core was only able to recover thanks to Long Ran's blood. Later on, it was also because of Long Ran that the dragon true body was formed. Long Ran? The white-robed girl murmured. All right, I'll remember it. Pausing for a moment, she continued. However, you don't have to worry either. Although there are many prejudices against dragons who ascend from the lower worlds in the dragon world, unlike other worlds, they won't give living beings of the lower worlds almost no room to grow and survive. Suzumo was silent. Even a young dragon far away in the dragon world knew about the environment of the heavenly world. It was clear that such an environment had been formed for a long time. In that long period of time, countless living beings of the lower worlds were buried in this land that they once yearned for. Let's go. Suzumo led the white-robed girl towards the wall. The wall could block other cultivators. However, when Suzumo passed through it, it was like a water barrier with ripples. The stone wall did not obstruct the white-robed girl at all. Upon entering the space, the two of them saw the gigantic faint golden dragon skeleton. It was incomparably shocking and extended for thousands of kilometers. When she saw the dragon skeleton, the white-robed girl's petite body shuddered and her eyes reddened. As though she recalled something, she knelt on the ground slowly. Suzumo stood in silence. Although the white-robed girl did not say it explicitly, he could vaguely guess that the horned dragon that died here might have some intimate relationship with the girl. The white-robed girl knelt in front of the dragon skeleton and kowtowed repeatedly. Finally, she knelt on the ground and sobbed softly. After a long time, the white-robed girl stood up. Let's go and take a look at the front. Suzumo asked softly. Yes. The white-robed girl sniffed and nodded. In the depths of this space, there was even a golden palace building. However, it was already dilapidated. More than 2,000 years ago, Suzumo wanted to explore this area but could not enter and was blocked outside. Now that he had cultivated to the Earth Essence realm, he returned and led the white-robed girl forward. Before long, he arrived at the spot where he was blocked previously. This time round, Suzumo felt a strong resistance once more. Given his cultivation realm, he could not cross it at all. That power far surpassed the Earth Essence realm. Even if he released his innate divine powers and all his trump cards, he could not fight against it. Suzumo had no choice but to stop. As for the white-robed girl behind him, her feet paused for a moment. Sensing the pressure from the other side, the dragon blood in her body circulated on its own. The resistance on her body suddenly vanished. The white-robed girl walked over quickly. However, Zimo was still unable to advance and could only stand on the spot. Zimo felt a little awkward. Prior to this, he had even discussed with this dragon girl that he could give her some treasures in exchange for a condition. But now, he could not enter at all. The area ahead did not obstruct the dragon girl at all. In other words, even if there were any treasures ahead, it had nothing to do with him. As though she did not sense anything, the white-robed girl turned back and smiled at Zimo. "It's fine, I'll go take a look and bring out the treasures. Just wait for me here." Zimo coughed gently in agreement. Before long, the white-robed girl disappeared in the gigantic golden palace. Zimo waited patiently outside. He assumed a lotus position and began cultivating. About half a day later, Zimo's heart skipped a beat. As though he sensed something, he opened his eyes and looked over. The white-robed girl was already walking over. "How is it?" Zimo stood up and asked casually. "Yes." The white-robed girl nodded and took out a horn that was half the height of a person from her storage bag. "I found this treasure of the dragon race." It was unknown what material the horn was made of, but its surface was filled with mysterious patterns. Zimo merely glanced at it and felt his head spin. It was clear that the horn had an extraordinary background. However, the white-robed girl was not scheming or guarded at all and took it out in front of Zimo just like that. Zimo retracted his gaze hurriedly and composed himself. "Since it's a great treasure of the dragon race, hurry and put it away. Don't take it out for others to see." "Yes." The white-robed girl nodded and smiled. "I trust you. It's not like you're going to harm me." "I don't know your name yet," the white-robed girl asked again. "My name is Mo Ling," Zimo said. The white-robed girl smiled. "My name is Longley." As she said that, Longley took out a storage bag and handed it to Zimo. "Brother Mo Ling, these are some cultivation resources I found inside. Keep them." Zimo opened his storage bag and his expression changed slightly when he scanned with his spirit consciousness. There were a total of 10 million essence spirit stones in the storage bag. Given Zimo's current cultivation, he could absorb 10 essence spirit stones a day. The 10 million essence spirit stones were enough for him to cultivate for 3,000 years. That was an unimaginable wealth. Zimo was hesitant. To be fair, he was the first to discover this space. However, it was clear that the owner of the space did not want outsiders to lay their hands on the treasures and cultivation resources in the depths, and that was why he was prevented from entering. The treasures inside had nothing to do with him. Even if Longley did not give him any treasures, it was only right. "Brother Mo Ling, please accept it." Longley stuffed his storage bag into Zimo's embrace and smiled. "Don't forget, you even saved my life earlier on." Pausing for a moment, she raised her head slightly and said proudly, "My life is worth more than these essence spirit stones, humph. Thank you very much in that case." Zimo pondered for a moment before putting away the storage bag. He wanted to cultivate as soon as possible, and the resources in the storage bag were extremely important to him. "Right, what's that jade bottle?" Zimo pointed to a jade bottle in his storage bag and asked curiously. The jade bottle seemed to be used to store elixir pills. However, there shouldn't be any major essence condensation pills in the dragon race. "Inside that jade bottle is a divine dragon pill. When we dragons cultivate, the pills we consume are very effective for our bodies, bloodlines, and even absorbing heaven and earth essence Qi," Longley said. "However, the requirement for one's body to consume the divine dragon pill is also very high. Brother Mo Ling, it's best if you cultivate to the heaven immortal realm before consuming this elixir pill." Chapter 2083 Seclusion once more. 2083 Seclusion once more. Zimo put away the divine dragon pill. On the other side, Longley beckoned gently and put away the dragon skeleton in her storage bag. The moment the dragon skeleton vanished, the space shook violently as well, as though it could collapse at any moment. Su Zimo and Longley left hurriedly. Brother Mo Ling, I'm leaving. In midair, Longley smiled at Su Zimo. If you have the chance to visit the dragon world in the future, remember to come and play with me. All right. Su Zimo nodded. Longley waved goodbye and withdrew a dark golden spirit vessel from her storage bag, ascending it. The runes on the spirit vessel intensified and formed a golden barrier that enveloped it to defend against the violent turbulence in the starry skies. Swoosh! A streak of light flashed, and the spirit vessel vanished. The reason why Longley could cross the starry skies was because this star vessel could roughly determine the direction and defend against many dangers. Longley rode on the star vessel and shuttled through the galaxies. Before long, Longley seemed to have seen something and stopped the star vessel hurriedly. In the starry skies ahead, a figure stood. It was not tall and had a slender and graceful figure. Compared to the surrounding stars, it was like dust. However, that figure stood in the starry skies, as though it was stepping on the entire galaxy. The aura it emitted was even denser than the stars. If anyone were to look over, the first thing they would see would definitely not be the gigantic stars, but that figure. It was a silver-haired woman. She was not old and wore a long dress that was lined with a silver-white rhombus scale that shone faintly. The silver-haired woman was extremely beautiful and looked similar to Longley. Swoosh! In a flash, the silver-haired woman appeared in the star vessel. Mother! Longley averted her eyes and called out softly, not daring to meet the silver-haired woman's gaze. The silver-haired woman looked at Longley with a hint of reproach, anger and relief in her eyes. I came to the heavenly world to visit an old friend. Initially, I didn't want to take you along because I was worried that you would be naughty and run around. The silver-haired woman reprimanded. How many times have I told you that it's dangerous outside, especially in another world? Your current cultivation realm is not high enough and you don't have the strength to protect yourself. If living beings of other races see you, will you still be alive? Mother, I know my mistake now. Longley shrank her neck and stuck out her tongue. The silver-haired woman heaved a sigh of relief and glared at Longley, saying angrily, Thankfully, you returned safely. If anything had happened to you, I would have definitely started a massacre in the heavenly world. Mother, stop talking about me. Look. Longley took out the gigantic horn from her storage bag. This is Father's belongings and is also an important legacy treasure of our dragon race. I've found it. The silver-haired woman's gaze focused as she received the horn and caressed it gently with a conflicted expression. I've also brought Father's corpse back. Longley continued and her tone turned deeper. After a long silence, the silver-haired woman pulled Longley over gently and hugged her. Good child, I was worried about you earlier on and my tone was a little harsh. Mother, you're not angry anymore? Longley blinked. The silver-haired woman looked at the dragon horn in a daze, as though she recalled something from the past. Mother, if you're not angry, I'll tell you everything that happened. Longley recounted her encounter on the Dragon Abyss star in detail. Initially, the silver-haired woman did not pay much attention. However, when she heard that Longley was in danger and was surrounded, her eyes were instantly covered by a layer of frost and killing intent surged. When she heard that someone had saved Longley and brought her into that secret space before bidding farewell, the silver-haired woman's expression softened slightly. True Dragon 9 flashes? The silver-haired woman frowned. Longley nodded repeatedly. It's absolutely true, I saw it clearly. This brother was only a grade 4 Earth immortal. What he used was the true Dragon 9 flashes. Mother, didn't you say that the true Dragon 9 flashes is a secret of the dragon race? Why could Brother Mo Ling cultivate it? Furthermore, he's a human. The silver-haired woman murmured softly. Even for the dragon race, one has to cultivate to become a true dragon before they are qualified to cultivate it. It's extremely difficult for anyone beneath the true dragon realm to cultivate this secret skill. That's why this secret skill is called the true Dragon 9 flashes. This is also part of the reason why I've never imparted it to you, although I know it. Longley was even more puzzled. That's strange. Even if Brother Mo Ling obtained this secret skill from Father, he's only an earth immortal and is a human. How did he manage to cultivate it successfully? Could it be? The silver-haired woman's heart skipped a beat. Mother, what did you think of? Longley asked hurriedly. The silver-haired woman shook her head gently. For the taboo dragon phoenix, there's no restriction on the cultivation realm, and they can cultivate it at any moment. However, the person you mentioned can't possibly be a taboo. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. Longley smiled. In any case, Brother Mo Ling is a good person. I snuck out this time round with merely a close shave and even made friends with a big brother of the human race. Humph, the silver-haired woman said. You're truly carefree to be able to smile despite the danger this time round. Once you return, enter seclusion for 1,000 years. Mother! Longley let out a wail. The silver-haired woman controlled the star vessel and transformed into a streak of light, speeding into the distance, and disappearing into the vast sea of stars before long. Dragon Abyss Star. After bidding farewell to Longley, Su Zimo pondered for a moment and headed in a direction. Before long, he arrived at a faction. Snow Wind Ridge. Back when he first arrived in the upper world, he stayed here for more than 100 years. After more than 2,000 years, the power of Snow Wind Ridge had clearly expanded significantly compared to before. Its territory was wider and there were many cultivators. Everything was orderly and flourished. Su Zimo swept his spirit consciousness and enveloped the entire region of Snow Wind Ridge, sensing a few old friends from the past. Xia Qingying Yu Hao, Duan Tianliang Shenfei. In more than 2,000 years, Su Zimo's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. However, on the Dragon Abyss Star, although the cultivation of Xia Qingying and the others improved, they maintained their original cultivation realms. It was not because they were not talented enough. Even if there were sufficient cultivation resources on the Dragon Abyss Star, it would take a long time to break through a realm, 10,000 years at the very least. The difference between them would only increase. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness was far superior to everyone from Snow Wind Ridge. Even when he scanned this place, he did not attract anyone's attention. Before leaving, Su Zimo left behind all the minor essence condensation pills in his storage bag and threw them outside Xia Qingying's secret cultivation chamber. Without appearing, he drifted away. When he saw that these old friends of the past were fine, he no longer had any attachments in his heart. Arriving at Dragon Abyss City, Su Zimo entered the teleportation formation and arrived at Solar Luna County. Thereafter, he traveled day and night continuously before returning to Astral Sect. He had obtained a large number of Essence Spirit Stones for this revisit and was prepared to continue cultivating in seclusion to advance his cultivation. Chapter 2084 Before its owner aged. 2084 Before its owner aged. 1,000 years had passed. The lower worlds. Outside a blue star, two figures stood in the vast void. It was a man and a woman. The man had black hair and purple robes. His face was handsome and his eyes were deep, as though they could see through the secrets of heaven and earth. Although he did not move, he had the aura of a lord looking down on the world. The woman was elegant and beautiful with skin as fair as snow. She wore a pale yellow robe. The robe was a little old, and its color had even slightly faded to white. However, it could not conceal the dignified and graceful aura of the woman. The man and woman stood in midair. From afar they looked like an immortal couple. For the past 1,000 years, Su Zimo brought Qi Deviation around many minor kiliocosms and saw many novel civilizations, various living beings and fascinating structures. Each time the two of them arrived at a minor kiliocosm, they would choose to integrate into it, and transform into the appearances of natives to experience various lifestyles. Even after 1,000 years, the two of them had not explored all the billion minor kiliocosms. However, the two of them had seen and experienced too much in the past 1,000 years. It was novel and interesting to try out different lives. The only thing that did not change was that the two of them were always together. In a minor kiliocosm, Ji Yaoxue saw a civilization that was completely different from Tianhuang mainland. In that minor kiliocosm, humans were still weak. However, technology was extremely advanced, and they controlled all sorts of large mechas to fight against various ferocious beasts. With Su Zimo's help, Ji Yaoxue managed to infiltrate the community with ease and attempted to control those massive and clumsy mechas to fight alongside other humans. That was an unprecedented experience. It was a civilization that had never been seen before either. Everything was new and interesting. In another minor kiliocosm, it was the world of magic. This was another cultivation civilization that was different from the immortal, Buddhist, fiend and martial Daos. In that small kiliocosm, there were all sorts of mages who could control the four elements of water, fire, wind and earth to condense all sorts of powerful magic. Those magic had different types such as fire, frost, thunder, darkness, spatial. When cultivated to their limits, each of them could topple mountains and overturn seas, shaking the world. Some of the magic could even synthesize rocks into gold. In that minor kiliocosm, Ji Yaoxue became a female mage. Although she did not understand the Tao of magic, she could make use of dermic arts to deceive everyone. No matter what went wrong, Su Zimo would always take care of it. Some minor kiliocosms cultivated battle chi while others were filled with sword cultivators. There were also some minor kiliocosms that had almost no cultivation civilization. For example, there was almost no cultivation civilization on the blue star not far away from the two of them. Even if there were, the cultivators on this star had extremely low cultivation realms. In fact, there were very few people who managed to form a core. Su Zimo and Ji Yaoxue lived on this blue star for a period of time and even joined a college similar to the cultivation sects of Tianhuang mainland. However, the schools on this star did not impart any cultivation dermic formulations, but all sorts of knowledge. There were many moving iron chests on the star that could contain many people. Although the humans on this star could not fly on their own, they thought of various methods and developed many tools to help them soar in the skies. Here, the most mysterious thing was a little messenger object. Even if they were thousands of kilometers apart, two people could converse right away as though they were facing one another. On this star, the two of them were like a couple or bosom buddies. They enjoyed a pure love as they experienced this unique civilization and the emotions of mortals. The spirit chi here is too thin. Ji Yaoxue looked at the blue star. With such thin spirit chi, it's almost impossible to cultivate even if there are any dermic formulations. It's only logical that this star would develop such a civilization. Su Zimo nodded. However, in the history of this star, there was an era with rich spirit chi around hundreds of millions of years ago known as the Cambrian period. From that period onwards, because of the rich spirit chi, the life on this star welcomed a big bang and gave birth to all sorts of living beings. Among them, there was no lack of gigantic and violent ferocious beasts. Su Zimo and Ji Yaoxue learned this knowledge from the schools on this star. However, due to a huge catastrophe, almost all the living beings on this star went extinct and the spirit chi gradually dried up. As the spirit chi thinned, the bodies of many living beings shrank gradually and eventually became like this. Su Zimo paused for a moment. However, in this land called China, there seemed to be some extraordinary cultivators who left traces in the pre-Qin era. Actually, it's good to live here. Ji Yaoxue smiled. Although there's no cultivation civilization here, there's no threat from other living ferocious beasts either. That's right. Su Zimo smiled and nodded as well. If there's no other threats, it's indeed not bad to live on this star. Su Zimo had different implications when he referred to other threats. In the history of this star, there was an almost apocalyptic catastrophe after the Cambrian period's Big Bang. Many scholars on this star had various guesses. Actually, in Su Zimo's opinion, that catastrophe was most likely because an expert broke through the seal of the worlds and descended here. The release of dermic arts and divine powers destroyed this minor kiliocosm. Desolate Martial wishes to establish a Tao and impart martial arts to all living beings. Ji Yaoxue smiled. Why don't you leave the inheritance of the martial Tao on this star? Perhaps one day, When the spirit Qi here recovers, it will welcome a grand era where the martial Tao flourishes. Su Zimo pondered for a moment. All right. He touched his glabella gently and flicked his finger. A purple light streaked through the void like a meteor and landed on the blue star. I wonder who will be the fated person. Jiyaoxue had a faint smile on her face. The two of them stood side by side and looked at the blue star in silence. Zimo. A long time later, Jiyaoxue suddenly called out softly. Why? Su Zimo looked over. Jiyaoxue lowered her head slightly and said softly, I'm tired. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Even after 1,000 years, Jiyaoxue's cultivation had not broken through. This also meant that she did not have much lifespan left. For some unknown reason, after 1,000 years, Jiyaoxue's face did not show any signs of aging, just like when they first met. However, her lifespan was coming to an end. Su Zimo looked at Jiyaoxue and his eyes reddened. He opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something. However, he felt extremely terrible but could not say anything. The pale yellow robe that Jiyaoxue was wearing was already very old. However, she had never changed and was still wearing it. Jiyaoxue did not mention the reason and no one else could understand. Su Zimo was the only one who knew that this robe was personally refined for Jiyaoxue back in the capital of Great Zhou. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 years had passed. Jiyaoxue had always kept this robe by her side and had not abandoned it. Before its owner aged, the clothing had already lost its shade. Chapter 2085 Wither. 2085 Wither. A long time later. Let's go back. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo tried his best to reveal a relaxed smile. You've been out for so long. It's time for you to head back and take a look. Jiyaoxue nodded slightly. A fox dies in its hole and a leaf lands at its roots. In the end, she still had to return to Tianhuang mainland. The two of them returned from the minor kiliocosm in silence the entire way. Su Zimo could sense that Jiyaoxue's life force was getting weaker, and her life was hanging by a thread. By the time she arrived at Tianhuang mainland, it was already difficult for her to stand on her own. She leaned against Su Zimo's side gently, and sensed the familiar aura of this world. She stood in silence in a daze, deep in thought. To Great Zhou? Su Zimo asked softly. Jiyaoxue raised her head and looked at Su Zimo, smiling. I've thought of a good place. Let's go there. Su Zimo looked at Jiyaoxue's smile and blurted. Songlang Mountain Range? I knew you would guess correctly. Jiyaoxue smiled gently. That was the place where they first met. All right. Su Zimo nodded and tore through the void with Jiyaoxue, descending above Songlang Mountain Range. The moment he arrived, Su Zimo changed into a set of green robes. He swept his spirit consciousness and quickly located the cave where the two of them had been. Several thousand years had passed. The cave was filled with dust, and no one had been here for a long time. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness moved slightly, and he waved his sleeves gently, wiping away all the dust in the cave. He supported Jiyaoxue and entered. We're back. Jiyaoxue smiled gently and whispered. She looked around and an indescribable feeling surged in her heart. It seemed like joy but also sadness. Su Zimo felt Jiyaoxue's body getting heavier. Initially, she could stand just by leaning against him gently. But now, it was no longer possible. You must be tired. Let's rest for a while. When Su Zimo saw the fatigue on Jiyaoxue's face, he supported her to lie down slowly so that she could lean against his embrace. Jiyaoxue's face turned paler, and her breathing turned weaker while her eyelids became heavier. Su Zimo hugged her gently in silence. Although he was the eternal martial emperor and established the martial Tao, he could only watch helplessly as Jiyaoxue was passing on. Jiyaoxue lowered her head in a daze and closed her eyes gradually. She felt a deep sense of fatigue. She knew that she would never wake up again. All of a sudden, a drop of boiling water landed on her cheek, waking her up. Jiyaoxue opened her eyes once more. There was a glint in her eyes and she had more strength in her body. Raising her palm, she caressed Su Zimo's cheek gently. Zimo, you're crying. Su Zimo's eyes were red as he shook his head gently. I don't want to sleep. Zimo, talk to me, Jiashua said softly with a gentle gaze. All right. Su Zimo spoke with a choked voice. Zimo, you don't have to be too sad. Everyone has their own fates, and it can't be forced. Just bury me here after I die. We have a shallow affinity in this lifetime, but I'm already satisfied with your 1,000 years of companionship. I know that even if everyone forgets about me, there will still be someone in this world who cares about me. I'm very happy. I'll be happy even after I die. Jiashua smiled with a sparkling tear in the corner of her eye. Do you remember the first time we met? Su Zimo endured the pain in his heart and recalled the past. At that time, I did not have a spirit root and did not know anything. I held the snatched storage bag but could not open it no matter how I tossed and turned. I remember. Jiashua smiled. You were so stupid back then. At the mention of the past by Su Zimo, Jiashua was invigorated as well. Initially, she could still converse with Su Zimo. However, as time passed by, Su Zimo was the one who spoke most of the time. She only replied occasionally and her voice became softer. Gradually, she stopped talking and merely smiled gently. She looked at Su Zimo with a hint of reluctance and nostalgia in her eyes. Jiashua closed her eyes slowly. In her eyes, Su Zimo's appearance gradually blurred, leaving only that upright green robe that was forever etched in her memories. Even if her soul was destroyed, and she was reincarnated for all eternity, she would not forget it. Su Zimo hugged Jiashua and his voice paused for a moment, as though he sensed something. He could no longer sense Jiashua's life force or hear that gentle and pleasant voice. However, he did not dare to look down. His heart skipped a beat, and he felt a lump in his throat. He could not help but take a deep breath and continue speaking, as though he hoped that the person in his embrace would respond. It did not matter if it was just a single word, sigh or his name Zimo. Su Zimo muttered to himself for a long time. However, the cave was silent and his voice was the only thing that reverberated. Su Zimo hugged Jiashua in a daze. His voice weakened and his expression was adrift as images flashed before his eyes. I'm Yashua of Azure Frost Sect. Thank you for saving me, fellow Taoist. At that time, the two of them first met. Zimo, I've already said that we'll definitely meet again. At that time, a woman with an imperial edict conferred Su Hong the title of King of Yen. When she walked out of the carriage, she smiled at Su Zimo, and the sky seemed to have lost its color. Zimo, how is it? Right in front of everyone in the palace of Great Zhou, the third princess of Great Zhou came before him and turned around gently, lifting her pale yellow dress. She blinked her bright eyes and smiled like a flower. Zimo, today is your death anniversary. I'm here to visit you. Su Zimo could vaguely hear sobbing sounds coming from the Dragon Burial Valley. I'm now the Empress of Great Zhou. In the palace, in front of others, I don't dare to and neither can I cry. This is the only place where I can cry without holding myself back. Zimo, you must not laugh at me. Zimo, don't worry. I've already hid Mr. Su Hong. Unless I die, nobody will be able to find him. It's just that. Dragon Burial Valley, an unlucky place. Countless experts had been buried in the past 10,000 years. Back then, countless living beings wanted nothing more than to avoid it. However, a woman ignored the danger and crossed the great Qian ruins and the encirclement of countless otherworldly soldiers to pay her respects at the Dragon Burial Valley. The woman stood by the Dragon Burial Valley and spent an entire day chatting. For a full 20 years, she visited on the same day every year without stopping. But now, this woman was lying in his embrace and would never wake up. Su Zimo lowered his head slowly and looked over. Jiashua laid quietly in his embrace. Her skin was fair and she was quiet and peaceful with a smile on her lips, resembling a young girl deep in slumber. Instantly, Su Zimo could not contain his sadness, and tears streamed down his face. Chapter 2086 2086 Qi Deviation 2086 Qi Deviation Heavenly World, Divine Firmament Immortal Domain Solar Luna County, Astral Sect, Main Peak Alcade. Xie Tianfeng, Lin Ming, Zuizhu Xian and Shangguan Qian were gathered together, chatting casually. Zuizhu Xian said, "Given a quick count, it's been more than 2,000 years since we joined Astral Sect." "That's right," Shangguan Qian said. "Apart from fellow Taoist Wan Yu, the four of us have not broken through in more than 2,000 years. When Wan Yu joined the sect, his cultivation realm was already lower than ours. It's normal for him to break through." Xie Tianfeng pouted his lips in disdain at the mention of Wan Yu. After more than 2,000 years, Xie Tianfeng and Lin Ming were still Grade 7 Earth Immortals. Zuizhu Xian and Shangguan Qian were still Grade 8 Earth Immortals as well. The four of them were indifferent to this situation. In the upper world, at their cultivation realm, it would be increasingly difficult to advance further, and the time required would be extremely long, easily 10,000 years at a time. That was the reason why the four of them were so shocked when they heard that the drunkard named Mo Ling had advanced 3 levels in 1,500 years. As for Xie Tianfeng, Lin Ming and Zuizhu Xian, they even sent cultivators to target Su Zimo. However, none of them gained anything. The Zhou family even lost a Grade 6 Earth Immortal. Lin Ming said, "Wan Yu has already returned to his family clan with the Wang clansmen a few hundred years ago. When do the three of you intend to return? I've been here for more than 2,000 years. It's almost time," Xie Tianfeng mumbled. "The secret skill inheritance of Astral Sect seems like an illusory legend to me. Countless cultivators have been here all these years, but none of them have seen any traces of secret skills. Actually, the successors of the 5 family clans would only take around 2,000 years to train in Astral Sect. But now, Xie Tianfeng and the other 3 had stayed here for an additional 500 years. However, the reason why the 4 of them lingered was different. I think it's useless to continue wasting time here. The inheritance of Astral Sect might be a scam. I might as well return to my family clan as soon as possible." Lin Ming turned to Shangguan Qian and asked, "Fellow Taoist Shangguan, what do you think?" Shangguan Qian frowned slightly and was hesitant. To be honest, she no longer had much patience after spending so much time here. She was merely waiting for the drunkard to come out of seclusion out of curiosity. However, after such a long time, her curiosity was mostly exhausted as well. "All right," Shangguan Qian nodded. "I'll prepare and head back in a few days." "Great, we can travel together!" Xie Tianfeng laughed as well. Thereafter, he looked askance at Zuizhu Xian and asked, "Fellow Taoist Swa, aren't you going to send a notice and leave together with us? I still want to cultivate here for a period of time. You guys can leave first." Zuizhu Xian smiled gently. Those words were unexpected. Both Xie Tianfeng and Lin Ming thought that the reason why Zuizhu Xian stayed in Astral Sect was because of Shangguan Qian. Now that Shangguan Qian was prepared to leave, it was indeed strange that Zuizhu Xian wanted to continue wasting time in Astral Sect. Xie Tianfeng cupped fists and said in a strange manner, "In that case, good luck in obtaining that secret skill inheritance in Astral Sect, fellow Taoist Swa." "Sure thing." Zuizhu Xian smiled gently, unconcerned. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang sounded from a cave abode on Main Peak Alcade. The expressions of the 4 of them changed as they looked in the direction of the sound. The stone door of a cave abode was shattered by a tremendous force within, and countless gravel burst forth, causing dust to billow and spread. Zuizhu Xuan's eyes lit up when he saw the cave abode. Lin Ming frowned slightly and suddenly said, "That is the cave abode of that drunkard. This person sure is patient. He's finally out after 1,000 years of seclusion." Xie Tianfeng sneered. "Let's go and take a look as well. Perhaps he has broken through again after another 1,000 years of seclusion." Shangguan Qian and the other 3 soared into the air and arrived before the cave abode in the blink of an eye, gazing over. Amidst the dust clouds, a tall figure walked out slowly. It was the drunkard. However, this drunkard was no longer as tipsy and crazy as when they first met. Instead, His expression was unusually terrible without any color. The drunkard looked ahead with a hollow gaze, as though he did not see Shangguan Qian and the other three at all. All four of them could tell that something was amiss with the drunkard. The four of them scanned the drunkard with their spirit consciousnesses, and their expressions changed slightly. Grade 5 Earth Immortal. This drunkard had broken through once more after entering seclusion. Shangguan Qian and the other three were all geniuses of the major families. Although their cultivation had improved after more than 2,000 years, they had not reached the level of a breakthrough. However, this drunkard had advanced from a Grade 1 Earth Immortal to a Grade 5 Earth Immortal. Even the top princes of the three immortal kingdoms and the paragons of the major sects could not reach this cultivation speed. Something's not right. Suddenly, Zhu Xian frowned and murmured in confusion. Grade 6 Earth Immortal? The other three sensed something unusual as well. The drunkard's cultivation realm was not stable. One moment, he was at the peak of the Grade 5 Earth Immortal realm. The next moment, he was at the Grade 6 Earth Immortal realm. The aura of the drunkard fluctuated continuously as well. The drunkard did not seem to sense the abnormality in his body and continued walking forward. Suddenly, the drunkard paused in his tracks and spat out a mouthful of blood with a tragic expression. As for his cultivation realm, it gradually stabilized at the peak of a Grade 5 Earth Immortal. Ha ha! Suddenly, Xie Tianfeng reared his head in laughter. To think that you would end up in Qi Deviation and fail your breakthrough! If one's cultivation realm increases too quickly and their foundation is weak, this will be the outcome. Lin Ming sneered as well. If you don't have that talent, don't even think about accomplishing it overnight. This is the limit of your accomplishments in this lifetime. Shangguan Qian shook her head gently and sighed internally. With this failed breakthrough, even the drunkard's Tao heart seemed to have suffered a problem. It was most likely going to be difficult for his cultivation to advance in the future. However, Shangguan Qian could not understand. Could it be as Lin Ming had said? Was it because this drunkard had cultivated too quickly and his foundation was unstable, leading to his Qi deviation and failed breakthrough? Or was it because of some other reason? The drunkard walked past the four of them and arrived at a green stone at the edge of the cliff. He sat on it and looked into the distance in a daze. Shangguan Qian looked into the drunkard's eyes. There was no hint of intoxication in the drunkard's eyes. Instead, Shangguan Qian could vaguely see an irreconcilable sadness in those eyes that moved her. For some unknown reason, Shangguan Qian felt her heart wrench at the sight of this drunkard. Zhu Xian remained silent, but a cold smile appeared on his face. He did not care if the drunkard suffered from Qi deviation or his Tao heart was damaged. What he wanted was the treasure in the drunkard's possession. Despite this current failed breakthrough, it helped him raise 4 levels in just 2,000 years. He had to get his hands on such a treasure. Chapter 2087 Exalted Mystic Spirit Big Dipper True Sutra 2087 Exalted Mystic Spirit Big Dipper True Sutra. Main Peak Alcade, on the green stone in front of the cave abode. Su Zimo sat on it and looked into the distance. Shangguan Qian and the others were not wrong. He had indeed failed his breakthrough and entered Qi Deviation. At that time, when he was about to break through to become a Grade 6 Earth Immortal, he received news from the martial Tao Prime Body. Yao Xue had passed away. Although the two true bodies were independent, at that single moment, an uncontrollable sadness burst forth from Su Zimo's heart. Right now, his Tao heart was shaken. At such a critical juncture, if one's Tao heart was unstable, there would definitely be a huge problem with their cultivation. Thereafter, they would enter Qi Deviation and fail their breakthrough. Actually, if Qi Yaoshua's cultivation could not increase, this day would definitely come. Su Zimo had thought about it as well. However, he had not expected that when the day truly arrived, it would still be difficult for him to accept it. Ever since Su Hong passed away, he had never felt such pain. Although he was not fated to be Ji Yaoshua's Tao companion, her status in his heart was irreplaceable. Cultivators should have severed their mortal ties long ago, and should be indifferent towards the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The cycle of life, aging, illness and death was also a natural law. Furthermore, Qi Yaoxue left with a smile without any regrets. However, when he heard the news, Su Zimo could not let it go. If he failed his breakthrough, so be it. If his Tao heart was unstable, so be it. At that moment, Su Zimo did not think about anything. He merely sat on the green stone and looked into the distance, thinking about the woman in the pale yellow robe in a daze. Even Shangguan Qian and the other 3 could sense the sadness emanating from Su Zimo. The sadness gradually dissipated, as though it formed an aura around Su Zimo that slowly fused into Main Peak Alcade. Immediately after, Main Peak Alcade emanated a sorrowful emotion that resonated with the aura around Su Zimo. Boom! Suddenly, Main Peak Alcade shook and released a blinding starlight that connected heaven and earth, shooting into the clouds and causing the world to tremble. Shangguan Qian and the other 3 were shocked and looked up instinctively. Above the firmaments, a gigantic star gradually appeared at the end of the starlight and became clearer. The star was surrounded by countless stars. It was daytime right now. However, the appearance of the gigantic star that scattered starlight caused the skies to darken. What's going on? Stunned, Xie Tianfeng asked instinctively. As though he recalled something, Lin Ming's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Could it be that the secret skill inheritance of Astral Sect has appeared?" Upon hearing that, Shangguan Qian and Zhuo Zhuxuan's hearts skipped a beat. From the looks of it, it was possible. They were not the only ones. Even the sect master of Astral Sect, elders and grand elders came out of seclusion and appeared in midair. The brightest star in the skies should be the Alcade star. To think that this Main Peak Alcade would be able to connect to the Alcade star in the firmaments. Could it be that the inheritance of that cultivation technique is truly going to reappear in the divine firmament? The sect master of Astral Sect had a grim expression as he looked at the phenomenon in the skies and clenched his fists. He was not certain what that phenomenon was either. However, such a phenomenon had never appeared in the history of Astral Sect. Suddenly, Main Peak Mizar that was right beside Main Peak Alcade swayed slightly as well, emitting a stream of starlight that soared into the skies. Thereafter, a gigantic star appeared at the end of the starlight. The Mizar star. Resplendent stars gradually appeared around the Mizar star and circled around it, scattering endless starlight. Boom! Main Peak Aliath shook and a 3rd starlight burst forth, connecting to a 3rd star in the firmaments. Boom! A 4th starlight surged into the skies. The Migres star appeared. Boom! A 5th starlight connected heaven and earth. The Fecta star appeared. Boom! A 6th starlight shot into the clouds. The Merak star appeared. Boom! The final Main Peak shook and released a gigantic starlight that entered the starry skies, causing the 7th star to appear. It was the Dubhe star. The 7 stars appeared in the firmaments, and were incomparably huge. They radiated brightly as though they were inches away, and the surrounding starlight shone continuously. Daylight faded and the night skies descended. The 7 main peaks of Astral Sect caused a change in the weather, causing day to vanish and stars to appear. At that moment, everyone realized that the legendary inheritance of Astral Sect was about to be born. However, no one knew who would be the lucky one. All the cultivators of Astral Sect, including the sect master, were secretly circulating many astral immortal arts, wanting to attract starlight into their bodies. Even Shangguan Qian and the other 3 on Main Peak Alcade looked at the starry skies fixedly with nervous expressions. They secretly circulated some immortal art incantations of Astral Sect, wanting to connect to the starry skies and obtain the inheritance. The 4 of them did not realize what caused the phenomenon before them. Beside the 4 of them, someone was still sitting on the green stone motionlessly, looking into the distance. He did not look up at the starry skies, as though he did not take it to heart. At that moment, Qi Yaoxue had just passed away and Su Zimo was indeed in no mood to think about anything else. He felt that nothing was important in this world. So what if he obtained the inheritance of Astral Sect? He still could not revive his kin. Suddenly, a sigh sounded in Su Zimo's mind. After so many years, someone has finally awakened me. Su Zimo did not move or reply. Back then, I died here and left behind a remnant consciousness, wanting to leave my inheritance behind. The voice continued. However, anyone who wanted to obtain my inheritance had to let me sense the same pain I once experienced. Unfortunately, no one has been able to wake me up after so many years. Su Zimo merely felt that the voice in his mind was a little noisy and wanted him to leave as soon as possible. Most cultivators sever their mortal fates and are indifferent to life and death. It's not easy to meet someone as sentimental as you. The lifespan of cultivators of the upper world was easily several 100,000 years. During this period of time, every cultivator experienced countless life and death situations. As such, they were naturally indifferent towards the pain of parting. Furthermore, if one wanted to advance their cultivation, they had to stabilize their Tao heart and sever all emotions and desires as much as possible. Otherwise, it would be easy for them to enter Qi Deviation and encounter the same situation as Su Zimo in seclusion. The reason why I came to the heavenly world's divine firmament in the past was because I lost my beloved and was devastated. It's fate that you're able to awaken me today, the voice said slowly. However, you're not from my astral world. I can only impart half of the Exalted Mystic Spirit Big Dipper True Sutra to you. On account of my ancestral teachings, I can't leave the Big Dipper secret skill within for you. Chapter 2088 Ambush. 2088 Ambush. Is this the so-called secret skill of Astral Sect? Su Zimo only reacted slightly after the remnant consciousness spoke for a long time. However, there was still no joy in his heart. Now that Ji Yaoshua had passed away, so what if he obtained the Exalted Mystic Spirit Big Dipper True Sutra? Su Zimo merely felt that the scene before him was a little mocking. Throughout history, countless cultivators had racked their brains for the secret skill of Astral Sect. However, the cultivators who arrived were all obsessed and could not resonate with the mental state of this expert of the astral world. Instead, Su Zimo awakened this remnant consciousness because he lost Ji Yaoshua and obtained the Exalted Mystic Spirit Big Dipper True Sutra. This gain and loss seemed to be a freak coincidence. Su Zimo still could not break free from the sadness of parting within a short period of time. Even though he had obtained the secret skill inheritance, he was disinterested. Although I can't impart the Big Dipper secret skill to you, there are a total of 7 levels to the Exalted Mystic Spirit Big Dipper True Sutra. If you can comprehend it to its limits, you'll definitely be able to dominate a region and reign over everyone of the same cultivation realm. When the remnant consciousness saw that Su Zimo was not in high spirits, it thought that he was looking down on this astral cultivation technique and could not help but sound proud. Suddenly, a large number of complicated and mysterious sutras surged into Su Zimo's consciousness, causing his consciousness to be in chaos. Immediately after, starlight shone brightly in the firmaments. A gigantic starlight beam burst forth from the Alcade star and landed on Su Zimo. Thereafter, endless starlight scattered from the star region surrounding the Alcade star and surged into Su Zimo's body. The green lotus true body shuddered gently and starlight surged from his orifices, illuminating the stars in the firmaments. Su Zimo felt an unimaginable power surge into his body from his orifices, tempering his body continuously. The power in his body was also rising gradually. The remnant consciousness's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind once more with a hint of confusion. Your body seems to be Creation Green Lotus. The remnant consciousness's voice carried a hint of shock. Even with his experience, he had never thought that someone could fuse with the Creation Green Lotus to form such a perfect body of flesh and blood. Under normal circumstances, although you obtained the Sutra of the Exalted Mystic Spirit Big Dipper True Sutra, you can only cultivate in seclusion on your own if you want to succeed. Who knows how much time you'll have to spend? However, you're the Creation Green Lotus and your body can accommodate sufficient starlight. In a short period of time, you'll be able to cultivate to level 1 of the Exalted Mystic Spirit Big Dipper True Sutra and condense the Mystic Spirit Big Dipper diagram. The remnant consciousness sounded excited. On the other side, many cultivators of Astral Sect witnessed the same shocking scene. On a green stone on Main Peak Alcade, a tall cultivator was bathed in starlight that was resplendent. He seemed to have transformed into a gigantic star that shone brighter and brighter. That person obtained the inheritance. Who is that? I think his name is Mo Ling and he likes to drink. He joined the sect more than 2,000 years ago. Astral Sect Master, Astral Rain, had a conflicted expression and sighed gently. I guess I don't have any regrets now that I'm able to witness the reappearance of this cultivation technique in my lifetime. Shangguan Qian and the other 3 who were closest to Su Zimo had their own thoughts as well. Shangguan Qian was the first person to notice that Su Zimo was a little strange. Now, it was proven that she was not wrong back then. If Mo Ling obtained the inheritance of the cultivation technique, he would definitely become one of the most renowned paragons of divine firmament mainland in the future. She had to try her best to get her hands on him, and it would be best if she could join her family clan. Shangguan Qian pondered to herself and suddenly thought of something, blushing slightly. Zhu Xian looked at the figure not far away and narrowed his eyes. His gaze was cold and sinister, as though he was plotting something. At the side, Xie Tianfeng rubbed his chin with a dark expression and a hint of jealousy in his eyes. Suddenly, he withdrew a flying sword from his storage bag and it hovered in midair. Humph! Xie Tianfeng said coldly. If I can't get my hands on it, no one else can either. On the other side, Lin Ming seemed to have sensed something and condensed a greater divine power as well, targeting it towards Su Zimo who was obtaining his inheritance not far away. When they saw that, Astral Sect Master, Astral Rain, and the others were shocked. Although they were heaven immortals, they were too far away and would not be able to make it in time even if they intervened. If the inheritance process was destroyed, this cultivation technique would be lost completely. All the Astral Sect cultivators had different expressions. Some people lamented, some shook their heads, some sneered, and some gloated. Clang! Bang! Suddenly, a flying sword on the other side knocked Xie Tianfeng's flying sword away. Sparks flew and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Right on the heels of that, a figure appeared not far away from Su Zimo. It condensed a greater divine power and collided with Lin Ming's divine power with a loud bang. That figure had intervened in time and had even managed to negate the attacks of Xie Tianfeng and Lin Ming. It was Shangguan Qian. Among everyone present, Shangguan Qian and Zhu Xian were the only ones who could intervene in time. Fellow Taoist Shangguan, you! Xie Tianfeng was indignant when he saw that all his efforts were in vain. Instinctively, he took a step forward and clenched his fists with widened eyes. What are the two of you doing? Shangguan Qian's expression was unfriendly as she looked at Xie Tianfeng and Lin Ming, saying coldly, Isn't it too despicable to attack now? Humph! Although Lin Ming was courting Shangguan Qian, he was enraged when he saw that, and could not help but snort coldly. Shangguan Qian was a grade 8 Earth Immortal and was a realm above the two of them. Xie Tianfeng and Lin Ming knew that they would not stand a chance if Shangguan Qian stood in their way. Furthermore, the sect master of Astral Sect and many elders had already descended. Sitting on the green stone, although Su Zimo was receiving the inheritance, he could still clearly sense everything that was happening around him. Eh? The remnant consciousness seemed to have sensed something and exclaimed softly. This auspicious jade in the hands of your essence spirit. Endless starlight scattered and surged into Su Zimo's orifices. A portion of the starlight also surged into a bead at the front of the auspicious jade. The starlight circled around the bead and flowed out, turning even more condensed and rich as it surged into Su Zimo's orifices. To think that you would possess such a treasure! The remnant consciousness was shocked. Even Dai Yu did not know about the changes to the creation green lotus later on. As such, this king of the astral world naturally did not know about the Trinity auspicious jade. Ha ha! Immediately, the remnant consciousness burst into laughter. With the help of such a treasure, you can cultivate to level 2 of the Exalted Mystic Spirit Big Dipper True Sutra after the inheritance is over. With the help of the Mystic Spirit Big Dipper diagram, the power of 2-star regions will converge into you alongside thousands of stars, causing your combat strength to double. Coupled with your Green Lotus True Body, you can even challenge Grade 7 Earth Immortals. Su Zimo was distracted and did not listen to what the Remnant Consciousness was saying, nor did he reply. What the Remnant Consciousness did not know was that even without the Mystic Spirit Big Dipper diagram, given Su Zimo's current capabilities, he could even kill Grade 8 Earth Immortals, let alone challenge Grade 7 Earth Immortals. Chapter 2089 Eye of the Storm. 2089 Eye of the Storm. Even for paragons of our astral world, it's extremely difficult for them to cultivate to level 7 of the Exalted Mystic Spirit Big Dipper True Sutra, the Remnant Consciousness said. However, with a treasure like the Auspicious Jade, there's a chance you can cultivate this True Sutra to its peak. At that time, condensing a complete Mystic Spirit Big Dipper diagram will trigger the power of all 7-star regions, and it will be enough to increase your combat strength by 7 times, allowing you to look down on everyone of the same cultivation realm. As time passed by, the starlight that the Green Lotus True Body could absorb was gradually saturated and reached its limits. The aura of the Remnant Consciousness became weaker and could dissipate at any moment. Unfortunately, something happened to you just now, and there's a problem with your Tao heart, the Remnant Consciousness continued. Otherwise, absorbing the starlight of 2-star regions will be enough to raise your cultivation to the peak of a Grade 6 Earth Immortal. At that moment, the inheritance was about to end. However, Su Zimo's cultivation realm was still at Grade 5 Earth Immortal, and he showed no signs of breaking through. For cultivators, damage to their Tao heart was extremely serious. If they could not repair it, it would be difficult for their cultivation to advance in the future. "Warner, I'm coming to see you," the Remnant Consciousness murmured and dissipated silently. The final trace of this astral world expert in the upper world vanished as well. The starlight in the skies dissipated together, and the night skies faded. Day returned to the world and the sun shone brightly. The stars that filled the skies earlier on seemed like an illusion. At that moment, countless gazes landed on Su Zimo. Jealousy, greed, scheming, envy, and killing intent. Su Zimo was indifferent to everything. "Congratulations on obtaining astral sex inheritance, fellow Taoist." Zhuizhu Xian was the first to step forward with cupped fists and a smile. Shangguan Qian turned around as well and nodded to Su Zimo. "Congratulations." Su Zimo still did not react and looked into the distance in a daze. Zhuizhu Xian was expressionless as he sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. "Fellow Taoist Mo Ling, you're at the eye of the storm right now, and you're in an extremely dangerous situation. There are many cultivators in Astral Sect, and there will definitely be those with evil intentions. Come to my side now. I'll tear a teleportation talisman and take you back to the Zhou family directly. That way you'll be safe." On the surface, Zhuizhu Xian was protecting Su Zimo. However, his thoughts were simple. As long as they were in the Zhou family, this person's life and death would be under his control. In Zhuizhu Xuan's eyes, Su Zimo was now a huge treasure. Apart from the inheritance of Astral Sect, there was also a treasure that could raise one's cultivation rapidly. Su Zimo did not seem to have heard anything and had no reaction. The darkness in Zhuizhu Xuan's eyes disappeared in a flash as he sent another voice transmission. "Fellow Taoists, don't worry. There's countless good wine hidden in my house as well. It's enough for you to drink to your heart's content." Su Zimo remained silent, and did not even look at Zhuizhu Xian. Zhuizhu Xian was enraged, but he did not reveal it, and continued smiling. "Mo Ling, you had better know your place." Zhuizhu Xuan's tone turned cold as he threatened with a voice transmission. "You're only a Grade 5 Earth Immortal. I can kill you with a flip of my hand." Su Zimo still had no reaction. Zhuizhu Xuan's expression gradually darkened. Right then, a streak of light sped over from outside Astral Sect at an astonishing speed and arrived before them in the blink of an eye. Everyone focused their gazes. The streak of light was an immortal boat with 3 figures standing on it. The 3 figures wore black gold feather armor and hung the execution saber on their waists. With cold expressions, they leaped down from the immortal boat and arrived on Main Peak Alcade. Earth Execution Guards. Their leader was a Grade 9 Earth Immortal. The 2 people behind him were also Grade 8 Earth Immortals. Those who could join the Earth Execution Guards were top-tier Earth Immortal experts, and their cultivation realms were at least at Grade 7. Greetings, Commander Liu. Astral Sect Master, Astral Rain, seemed to know this person and hurried forward, greeting with cupped fists. Although he was a Grade 9 Heaven Immortal and the master of a sect, he had to be respectful when he saw the execution guards of the Great Qi Immortal Kingdom. Even if he was an entire major cultivation realm above the 3 of them, he would still have to bow down at this moment. The entire world belonged to the king. The execution guards represented the royal family of the Great Qi Immortal Kingdom. In the territory of the Great Qi Immortal Kingdom, even Heaven Immortals did not dare to offend the execution guards. Furthermore, Astral Sect was only a black grade sect. What happened earlier on? The leader of the execution guards, Commander Liu, surveyed his surroundings and asked coldly. After hesitating for a moment, Astral Rain smiled. It's nothing much. A cultivator of our sect triggered a universal phenomenon with his cultivation. To think that it would alarm the 3 of you. Astral Rain knew in his heart that Commander Liu was extremely greedy. If he mentioned the appearance of Astral Sect's cultivation technique and the fact that Mo Ling obtained it, Commander Liu would definitely force Mo Ling to hand it over. If Mo Ling had handed it over obediently, he might be able to survive. Otherwise, he would most likely be doomed. Astral Rain's reply was actually to protect Mo Ling. Everyone, disperse! Astral Rain looked around and said in a deep voice. Head back and cultivate. Don't run out the moment there's any activity. How can you cultivate the Great Tao with such an impetuous nature? The main reason why Astral Rain said that was to remind Su Zimo to hurry back to his cave abode and hide from the limelight. Don't move first! Commander Liu shifted his gaze and sneered. He glared at Astral Rain and asked slowly, who cultivated what cultivation technique to cause such a huge commotion? As a commander of the Earth Execution Guards, he was naturally not so easy to fool. It was clear that the sect master of Astral Sect was holding back in his words. If it was just an ordinary cultivation, would all the cultivators of Astral Sect appear? Furthermore, the starlight revealed earlier on was way too blinding and he could not help but recall the long-standing legend of Astral Sect. Astral Rain smiled. He's just a Grade 5 Earth Immortal, a nobody. Sect Master, just tell him the truth. Right then, a strange voice sounded from the side. Earlier on, it was clearly the birth of Astral Sect's inheritance that caused the universal phenomenon because this person obtained it. Xie Tianfeng could tell what Commander Liu was up to as well. He stood out and pointed at Su Zimo on the green stone, shouting. He did not have any deep feud with Su Zimo either. However, at the thought that this drunkard had obtained the inheritance of Astral Sect and had a high chance of surpassing him in the future, Xie Tianfeng felt a surge of jealousy. Since he could not get it, he would destroy it. Sheng Guanqian's expression changed and she frowned slightly. Xie Tianfeng was trying to kill with a borrowed knife and it was way too vicious. This was equivalent to pushing Su Zimo into a pit of fire. Sui Zhuxian cursed internally as well. To begin with, there was more than one person targeting Mo Ling's inheritance. Now, an execution guard was added to the pool. No matter how powerful the Zhou family was, they were only in Solar Luna County and could not afford to offend the execution guards. The inheritance of Astral Sect! Commander Liu's eyes lit up and he was secretly delighted. Initially, he had received orders from Princess Meng Yao to hunt down a man and woman. When he passed by this place, he saw the phenomenon of stars in daylight, and changed his path at the last minute, descending on Astral Sect to ask about it. To think that there would be such a huge gain. Chapter 2090 Mission. 2090 Mission. You're the one who obtained the inheritance of Astral Sect? Commander Lu turned around and asked Su Zimo, who was on the green stone not far away. Su Zimo ignored it, as though he had not heard anything. Everyone's expressions changed. It was one thing for Su Zimo to ignore Zhu Xian and the others earlier on. Nothing much could happen in the sect grounds. But now, even the sect master of Astral Sect did not dare to be negligent against the execution guard's question. However, Su Zimo did not even look at him. The execution guards represented the royal family of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. If Su Zimo was charged with contempt towards the royal family and killed here, no one would dare to stand up for him. Shang Wenqian had seen the heart-wrenching sadness in Su Zimo's eyes before. Right now, she could not bear to see him in trouble, so she stood out and said, "Fellow Taoist Mo Ling has just failed in his breakthrough, and his Tao heart is damaged. He has suffered quite a blow and might not be able to let it go right now. Please forgive him, Commander Lu." Commander Lu raised his brows slightly and surveyed his surroundings. Although almost all the cultivators of Astral Sect were present, he had no reservations. He was an execution guard, and even the sect master of Astral Sect would not dare to attack him. However, if he interrogated a grade 5 Earth Immortal in front of everyone and asked the latter to hand over Astral Sect's inheritance, it would definitely hurt his reputation if word of it spreads. "It's fine." Commander Lu waved it off and pretended to be magnanimous. "It's only normal for him to take things too hard after receiving such a serious blow." Pausing for a moment, he changed the topic. "However, we're on a mission this time round to hunt down 2 sinners. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, we should choose a few Earth Immortals of Astral Sect to accompany us." Apart from Sect Master Astral Rain and the other Heaven Immortals, Su Zimo, Shang Wenqian, Xie Tianfeng, Lin Ming and Zhu Xian were the only ones in front of Su Zimo's cave abode. "The 5 of you will do. Follow me." Commander Lu pointed to Su Zimo and the others and said indifferently. Actually, among the 5 of them, Su Zimo was his only true target. However, it would be too obvious if he took Su Zimo away directly. There was no harm in bringing the others along as a cover. Later on, he would have many methods to get rid of the other 4 people to silence them. At that time, he could take Su Zimo away without outsiders knowing. Everyone from Astral Sect would merely take it that the 5 of them had died outside. Zhu Xian, Shang Wenqian and the others could tell that Commander Lu's target was Su Zimo. However, Commander Lu's thoughts were extremely deep. None of them expected that he had already wanted to kill them the moment he chose them. Xie Tianfeng cupped fists hurriedly and smiled. "Thank you for your high regards, Commander Lu. I'm Xie Tianfeng of the Xie family, and I'll definitely do my best to obey your orders." Xie Tianfeng's thoughts were simple. Since he could not reject it, he might as well agree readily. Instead, he could leave a good impression on this commander of the execution guards. Furthermore, it would naturally be best if he could contribute to the encirclement of any sinners with Commander Lu. Even if he did nothing, an interaction with Commander Lu would only benefit him and the Xie family. Immediately after, Lin Ming agreed as well. Zhu Xian and Shang Wenqian's first reaction was conflicted. However, given the status of the execution guards and the order of a commander, the 2 of them did not dare to disobey. Sect Master Astral Rain's expression changed slightly when he heard Commander Lu's order. He had lived for 200,000 years and had experienced countless storms and schemes. He vaguely realized that Su Zimo's group of 5 would most likely be doomed if they followed. He did not mind the death of Zhu Xian, Shang Wenqian and the other 2. The 4 of them were from a large family clan in Solar Luna County. Joining Astral Sect this time round was merely a training expedition, and they would return to their family clans sooner or later. However, Mo Ling did not have any status and was alone. Now that he had obtained Astral Sect's inheritance, if they could nurture him well, he would definitely be famous in the future and might even have a chance to lead Astral Sect to a rise. It would be a pity if he died outside just like that. "Commander Lu." Sect Master Astral Rain smiled and cupped his fists. "Mo Ling is only a grade 5 Earth Immortal. Coupled with his failed breakthrough, his Tao heart is damaged and his combat strength is mostly crippled. he won't be of much help. How about I replace this person and follow? I don't need you! Astral Rain was interrupted by Commander Lu before he could finish. Commander Lu sneered and glared at Sect Master Astral Rain. The two people we're chasing are only Earth Immortals. There's no need for a grade 9 Heaven Immortal like you to step in. But... Astral Rain had a worried expression and wanted to say something. That's settled then. The 5 of you, follow me. Commander Lu did not give Astral Rain a chance to speak at all. He pointed at Su Zimo's group of 5 and said coldly before leaping onto the immortal boat. Xie Tianfeng and Lin Ming followed closely behind and leaped onto the immortal boat. Zuizhu Xian and Shangguan Qian hesitated for a moment before hopping in as well. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo was the only one left sitting on the green stone. Commander Lu shifted his gaze and glared at Su Zimo. His eyes gradually narrowed with a cold aura. Just as he was about to speak, Su Zimo suddenly stood up and walked towards the immortal boat with a calm expression. Commander Lu's expression softened as he nodded slightly with a satisfied expression. And Mo Ling, you... When Sect Master Astral Rain saw that Su Zimo's face was pale and he was in an extremely bad condition, he was worried and shouted instinctively, wanting to remind him. It's fine. Su Zimo waved it off. I'll go with them. Commander Lu looked at Sect Master Astral Rain with a threatening gaze and asked slowly, What else do you want to say? Sect Master Astral Rain sighed internally and shook his head gently. Let's go! Commander Lu gestured with his gaze and another execution guard controlled the immortal boat. Without stopping, it sped out of Astral Sect and disappeared from everyone's line of sight in the blink of an eye. Before long, a blood beam rose in midair in the east and exploded. That way! Hurry! Commander Lu hollered. Under the control of the other execution guard, the immortal boat became even faster. Seems like that man and woman are trapped, an execution guard said softly. Commander Lu nodded and glanced sideways at Su Zimo, who was silent in the corner of the immortal boat, sneering internally. He was about to kill the couple and was in no hurry to interrogate this person. Even if managed to force it out of this person, it was inconvenient to cultivate it on the immortal boat. Once this mission was over, he would have plenty of time to interrogate him properly. At the side, Xie Tianfeng leaned forward and asked with a pandering smile. May I ask, Commander Lu, what's the mission this time round? Is it just to encircle and suppress 2 people? Let me tell you guys, this mission is no small matter. It was sent down personally by Princess Meng Yao of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, Commander Lu said coldly. If we don't handle it well, the few of us will lose our heads. Chapter 2091 Soul Reaping Zither. 2091 Soul Reaping Zither. Su Zimo chose to follow the 3 execution guards not because he was afraid of them. However, he was frustrated and could not let go of Ji Yaoshue's departure. Even without the 3 execution guards, he was prepared to leave Astral Sect. Since he was targeted by the execution guards once more, he would let nature take its course and board the immortal boat to leave Astral Sect with the 3 execution guards. Initially, Su Zimo did not take the mission mentioned by Commander Lu seriously, nor was he interested. However, he vaguely heard the name Meng Yao and found it familiar, as though he had heard it somewhere before. At that moment, Su Zimo's thoughts were in a mess. The scenes of his interactions with Ji Yaoshue flashed through his mind from time to time. At times, he was puzzled as to why Ji Yaoshue's cultivation would stagnate. At times he was thinking about his future plans. For a moment, he could not recall who this Princess Meng Yao was. On the other side, Xie Tianfeng and the other 3 were shocked when they heard the words Princess Meng Yao. The fact that she was conferred the title of a princess meant that she was the daughter of King Jin. What sort of status and nobleness was that? Lin Ming stood out as well and said in a deep voice, Since it's the princess's request, we'll definitely give it our all. However, could you tell us the identities and cultivation of the 2 people we're encircling this time round so that we can be prepared? The 2 of them are a man and a woman. The man's name is Gu Tongyu and he's good at using flutes. The woman's name is Qi, and she's good at using the Zither. They're both grade 8 Earth Immortals, Commander Lu said. The two of them are well versed in music. With their flute and Zither sounds, they can kill invisibly. They're only grade 8 Earth Immortals. With Commander Lu and the other 2 execution guards around, the 2 of them won't be able to escape if we attack with our full strength. Xie Tianfeng was filled with confidence. Sui Zhuxian said, It's rare to see cultivators who entered the Tao through music. I heard that one of the most famous among them in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain is one of the 4 great fairies, the Zither Immortal. Commander Lu glanced at Sui Zhuxian. You're quite knowledgeable. You've even heard of the Zither Immortal. And not really, Sui Zhuxian said with a smile. Do you know what the Zither Immortal's name is? A scornful look flashed through Commander Lu's eyes as he asked. Sui Zhuxian shook his head. I'm not sure about that. I've only heard that each of the 4 great fairies has fairy-like features and are devastatingly beautiful. However, each of them has their own merits. Commander Lu smirked with a mocking expression and said slowly, The Zither Immortal of the 4 great fairies is none other than Princess Meng Yao. Ah! His words caused a commotion on the immortal boat. Sui Zhuxian, Shang Guanqian, Xie Tianfeng and Lin Ming were shocked. On the other side, Su Zimo gradually recalled as well. Zither Immortal Meng Yao. Back in the abyss of the Dragon Abyss Star where many treasures appeared, the Zither Immortal appeared in search of an ancient Zither. As for Fairy Meng Yao, not only was she the princess of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, she was also a legacy disciple of one of the 4 immortal sects, Flying Immortal Sect. Apart from Meng Yao, there were 2 other perfected immortal experts. Su Zimo summoned the Azure Dragon's sacred soul in the Hell Suppression tripod and used the dragon corpse to fight against the 3 perfected immortals, forcing them back. Just as Su Zimo was recalling this matter, Commander Lu glared at Sui Zhuxian and said coldly, If Princess Meng Yao finds out that you dare to discuss her like this in private, you'll definitely die. Instantly, Sui Zhuxian broke out in cold sweat. Commander Lu, please forgive me. I truly did not know earlier on. Sui Zhuxian could no longer maintain his composure. With a horrified expression, he bowed repeatedly and begged for mercy. At the side, Xie Tianfeng and Lin Ming were naturally gloating. I won't hold it against you for now. Commander Lu snorted coldly. Thank you, Commander Lu. Sui Zhuxian expressed his thanks profusely. His face was already pale with fright just after a few breaths. If he offended a princess in the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, even his family clan would be turned into ruins instantly, let alone a grade 8 Earth Immortal like him. Why is this couple so ignorant as to anger Princess Meng Yao? Lin Ming asked. Commander Lu said, Princess Meng Yao once went to a secret ground to look for an ancient Zither. It was the famous soul-reaping Zither of the past. However, to think that someone would dare to fight against Princess Meng Yao for the soul-reaping Zither. It's that woman, Qi Deviation. Xie Tianfeng was enlightened and blurted. Commander Lu nodded. Princess Meng Yao only found out recently that the soul-reaping Zither is in this woman's hands, so she sent someone to ask for it. Who knew that this adulterous couple would be so audacious? Not only did they not hand over the soul-reaping Zither with both hands, they even killed the maidservant sent by Princess Meng Yao. Another execution guard said. This adulterous couple thought that they could escape. However, as long as it's within the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, once the execution guards are activated to set an impenetrable trap, they won't be able to escape even if they have extraordinary methods. In a corner of the immortal boat, Su Zimo gradually recalled some scenes. He had even seen the ancient Zither that Zither Immortal Meng Yao wanted before. So, it was called the soul-reaping Zither. Accompanied by the ancient Zither was a pitch-black ancient flute. Back in the abyss, the ancient Zither and flute killed many Earth Immortals the moment they appeared. If Su Zimo had not possessed the help of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra and chanted Sanskrit in his consciousness, even he would have died. Later on, he summoned the Hell Suppression tripod and wanted to devour and refine them. To think that the ancient Zither and flute had an extremely high spirit intellect. As though they recognized the origin of the Hell Suppression tripod, they turned and fled without hesitation, without a trace. It turned out that the ancient zither and flute already had owners and were in the hands of a man and a woman. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly recalled something. Back outside the abyss, an Earth Immortal wanted to kill him because of a treasure. Although there were many Earth Immortals coming and going, none of them helped. Finally, a couple that looked like an immortal couple appeared and saved him, reminding him to be careful. Su Zimo had asked for their names and the man merely said that it was nothing much. He did not leave his name and Su Zimo never saw them again. Now that Commander Lu mentioned the Zither Immortal Meng Yao, the ancient Zither, the Dragon Abyss Star and a man and woman, Su Zimo could not help but recall the immortal couple who had saved him. Initially, Su Zimo wanted to find an opportunity to leave the immortal boat. Now that he heard that, he changed his mind. The immortal couple had saved his life and were his benefactors. If the two of them were truly surrounded, he could not stand by idly. He might as well go take a look. "We're here!" Before long, Commander Lu suddenly said, and the speed of the immortal boat gradually slowed down. Su Zimo stood up and looked over. Dozens of shimmering triangular flags were planted on the ground in front of them, arranged according to a strange direction. Every single flag was etched with dense formation patterns. Those were array flags. By carving the formation patterns on the flags in advance, and setting up the array formations with the help of the array flags, the time required for the formation to form could be reduced significantly. There were 12 cultivators among the dozens of array flags. Among them, 10 of them were Earth Execution Guards. The other man and woman were surrounded by the 10 Earth Execution Guards and fell into the array flags. They were covered in blood and injuries. Chapter 2092 Black Light Essence Severing Formation. 2092 Black Light Essence Severing Formation. The man in the middle had a mighty figure, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. His face and white robes were stained with blood, and he held a pitch-black jade flute in his hands. He looked a little wretched and even had difficulty standing, swaying on the verge of falling. This man was the cultivator who saved Su Zimo on the Dragon Abyss Star. If not for the man's deep and melancholic eyes, Su Zimo would not have been able to recognize him right away. Those eyes were way too unique. With a single glance, one would even automatically ignore everything else about the man and be attracted by those eyes. The white-dressed woman beside the man was extremely beautiful, and her skin was fair as snow. Now that she was severely injured, her face was as pale as a sheet. The white-dressed woman could not even stand and slumped to the ground. The 2 bloodied wounds on her legs were shocking. As Su Zimo had expected, the man and woman were the immortal couple who had saved him before. However, although he recognized the 2 of them, they did not recognize Su Zimo, who had changed his appearance. Furthermore, the 2 of them merely saved Su Zimo casually at that time. Even if Su Zimo revealed his true appearance, the 2 of them might not be able to recognize him. There were more than 10 corpses strewn around the man and woman. All of them were execution guards. "What took you guys so long?" One of the Earth Execution Guards, who was the tallest, almost 10 feet tall, glanced at Commander Lu and frowned slightly, asking loudly. "Hee," Commander Lu said with a fake smile. "Commander Xiong, something went wrong on the way here and delayed our schedule. However, it doesn't seem like we're too late." "Not too late?" Another execution guard commander sneered. "We've already lost more than 10 brothers. If you had arrived on time, we wouldn't have lost so many people. Once today's matter is over, I'll definitely report it to Princess Meng Yao." After a moment of silence, Commander Lu said, "You're making things sound too serious, Commander Li. I changed my schedule midway because I heard last-minute news that Su Zimo, whom Prince Yuanzhua had been hunting for many years, appeared in the vicinity of Astral Sect. That's why I went there to check things out." Naturally, he would not tell the truth that he wanted to obtain the inheritance of Astral Sect alone. However, his words were very smart. Commander Lu knew that if he changed his schedule in private and caused a delay to this matter, Princess Meng Yao would definitely punish him for offending her. Of course, he did not obtain any news of Su Zimo. However, no one could say anything when he mentioned Prince Yuanzhua. Humph! Commanders Xiong and Li harumphed angrily and indeed did not say anything more. Since the black light essence severing formation has already been set up, the two of them won't be able to escape. Commander Lu smiled gently. The moment Su Zimo entered the array flags, he realized that he could no longer sense the heaven and earth essence Qi outside. The array formation set up by the dozens of array flags could form a space that was isolated from heaven and earth essence Qi. Qiu Silyo! Commander Lu looked at the white-dressed woman in the middle and sneered. You're not bad-looking and you play the zither well. Unfortunately, you should not have offended Princess Meng Yao. Commander Lu looked at the white-dressed woman in the middle and sneered. You're not bad-looking and you play the zither well. Unfortunately, you should not have offended Princess Meng Yao. The white-dressed woman's hands were fair as jade and her fingers were slender. She sat on the ground limply with an ancient zither in her arms. It was about 3 feet and 6 inches long with a total of 7 strings. Made from parasol tree wood, it was black and red with an ancient charm. That ancient zither was the one Su Zimo had seen in the abyss. It was the soul-reaping zither that Commander Lu mentioned. Xie Tianfeng wanted to contribute and leave a good impression in the eyes of the execution guards. At that moment, he stood out right away and hollered. What status does a slut like you have? You're not worthy of competing with the princess of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, Zither Immortal Meng Yao, for the ancient zither. I offended her? Qiu Silyo smiled faintly with a mocking expression. I've obtained this soul-reaping zither for many years and am mentally connected to it. However, when your Princess Meng Yao found out about this, she sent someone to look for me and demanded the soul-reaping zither. When I was unwilling to hand it over, you guys tried to snatch it. What logic is that? Ha ha! Commander Xiong burst into laughter. Woman, you're truly too stupid. Princess Meng Yao is already giving you immense face by looking for you to demand the zither. Hand it over obediently. Given Princess Meng Yao's status, she'll definitely give you some benefits. However, if you refuse to hand over the zither, won't that just mean that you have a death wish? Commander Lu sneered. In other words, what can you do if Princess Meng Yao sends people to snatch your soul-reaping zither? It's already a blessing for the princess to be polite before resorting to force. Su Zimo was expressionless. He did not have a good impression of Princess Meng Yao to begin with. Although this woman was known as one of the 4 great fairies, back on the Dragon Abyss Star, she killed people just because of a few comments. Thereafter, in order to search for the soul-reaping zither, she searched the consciousnesses of all the cultivators present without any reservations and was domineering. Su Zimo was not surprised that she could do such a thing. Qiu Silyo said, as a princess, she's trying to snatch a treasure from an earth immortal while making her reasoning sound dignified. Isn't she afraid of being mocked by the world? Bullshit, Commander Li said. When the princess headed to the Dragon Abyss Star, it was for this soul-reaping zither. This ancient zither belonged to the princess to begin with. The entire world belonged to the king, and its shores are owned by the ministers. All the treasures in the great Jin Immortal Kingdom belonged to the royal family. When the princess asked you for the zither, she was merely retrieving something she owned. Qiu Silyo shook her head. This dermic treasure is sentient, and has already acknowledged me as its master. What has it got to do with your Princess Meng Yao? Sentient? Commander Lu sneered. I heard that the spirit consciousnesses of the soul-reaping zither and fallen soul flute have already been severely injured. It's their own fault for being foolish enough to acknowledge others as their masters. The man at the side sighed gently. If that wasn't the case, you execution guards wouldn't have dared to chase after me, right? Back on the Dragon Abyss Star, this ancient zither and flute killed many earth immortals before they acknowledged their masters. Now that the spirit consciousnesses in the zither and flute were severely injured, their power was naturally greatly reduced. Gu Tong Yu! Commander Li berated. Heaven Inquisition sect was destroyed because of the two of you and you're still unrepentant? The melancholy in Gu Tongyu's eyes intensified as he said slowly. The princess has gone too far. This is a matter between me and Silyo. What has it got to do with our sect? Humph! Commander Lu said murderously. The sect master of Heaven Inquisition sect did not know his place, and even dreamed of protecting the two of you. Although Heaven Inquisition sect is an Earth-grade sect, it can't defend against a single sentence from Princess Meng Yao. At the side, Xie Tianfeng, Lin Ming and everyone else were scared out of their wits. Earth-grade immortal sects were much stronger than their family clans. However, because of a single sentence from Princess Meng Yao, they were destroyed and reduced to ruins. Commander Li had a mocking expression. Gu Tongyu, you don't have much essence Qi left in your body. How much combat strength do you have left after falling into this black light essence severing formation and being severely injured? 10% or 20%? You can try. Gu Tongyu said indifferently. Chapter 2093 It's best if you don't head back. 2093 It's best if you don't head back. If not for this black light essence severing formation, the many execution guards present were not confident that they could keep Gu Tongyu. With this formation that isolated heaven and earth essence Qi, Gu Tongyu could not activate the sound of his flute with essence Qi and the threat to them was minimized. When one fell into the black light essence severing formation, they could only use their essence spirits, and the power of blood Qi in their bodies. However, they could not release any dermic arts or divine powers. Be it Gu Tongyu or Qiu Siluo, their bloodlines and physiques were extremely ordinary. Qiu Siluo sat on the ground limply without any combat strength left. The only one left was the severely injured Gu Tongyu whose essence Qi had dried up and was not much of a threat. That was the reason why the execution guards present were so relaxed and fearless. Do it, Commander Xiong said in a deep voice. Capture the two of them alive and hand them over to Princess Meng Yao. Hold on. Right then, Commander Lu suddenly stood out and turned to look at Xie Tianfeng, Lin Ming, Sui Xian and Shangguan Qian. The four of you, head up and capture the two of them. The decision was extremely sudden. Sui Xian and Shangguan Qian were instantly alarmed. Xie Tianfeng and Lin Ming were hesitant as well. Commander Lu harumphed coldly. The two of them have weak physiques and are severely injured. Even if they're grade 8 Earth Immortals, they won't be able to unleash much combat strength. What are you afraid of? You're not willing to grab such a chance to render meritorious services? Commander Xiong, Commander Li and the others watched coldly from the sidelines. Although they did not know Commander Lu's intentions, they were not sure if Gu Tongyu had any other trump cards. It was fine to send outsiders to test the waters. Zui Xian, Shangguan Qian and Lin Ming exchanged glances and hesitated. A vicious glint flashed through Xie Tianfeng's eyes as he stood out and patted his chest. Commander Lu, let me do it! Actually, Xie Tianfeng also knew that there was a certain degree of danger involved in this attack. However, fortune came from danger. If he could make use of this opportunity to gain the favor of the three execution guard commanders, it might bring immense benefits to him and his family clan. Furthermore, Xie Tianfeng had the confidence as well. Although his cultivation realm was only at the level 7 Earth Essence realm, the cultivation techniques of the Xie family specialized in body tempering. Even if he could not defeat them in the black light essence severing formation, he could escape alive. Xie Tianfeng looked askance at Lin Ming and Zui Xian before turning to Shangguan Qian and bragging. Fellow Taoist Shangguan, you saw it too. Those two are as cowardly as rats. How embarrassing. With that said, Xie Tianfeng walked towards Gu Tongyu murderously. Gu Tongyu stood on the spot motionlessly with the fallen soul flute in his hands. Although Xie Tianfeng stood out, he did not underestimate his opponent nor did he attack rashly. Instead, he stood 10 feet away from Gu Tongyu and walked around the ladder slowly, looking for openings and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Gu Tongyu was still standing on the spot with his head slightly lowered. He looked at the fallen soul flute in his hands with a melancholic expression. Suddenly, after circling a few times, Xie Tianfeng stopped in his tracks and attacked. Blood Qi burst forth from his body as he withdrew a saber from his storage bag and charged towards Gu Tongyu. Kneel! Xie Tianfeng knew that he had to keep them alive. Therefore, he chose to slash towards Gu Tongyo's knees. As though he did not see Xie Tianfeng charging over, Gu Tongyu was still unmoved. It was only when Xie Tianfeng had already closed in and the saber was about to slash his knees with a gentle breeze that Gu Tongyu suddenly raised his palm. Whoosh! He had fallen soul flute in his hands the entire time. In the process of raising his palm, fallen soul flute made use of the breeze created by Gu Tongyo's slash to let out a strange sound. The many execution guards watching did not feel anything. However, Xie Tianfeng, who was closest to Gu Tongyu, shuddered and his blood qi calmed down instantly. Even his essence spirit trembled slightly and his gaze froze, causing his consciousness to go blank for a moment. In reality, the fallen soul flute was extremely powerful. If Gu Tongyu played the fallen soul flute with heaven and earth essence qi, the sound of the flute could cause one's soul to die. The sound of the soul-reaping zither could draw out one's soul and dissipate it into the world. The soul-reaping zither and fallen soul flute were once the two most famous utmost treasures of the sound domain in an ancient era. When the two weapons were pushed to their limits, the sound of the zither and flute could be heard. It could even kill all living beings in a world in a short period of time. Unfortunately, the essence qi in Gu Tongyo's body was almost depleted. He could not use heaven and earth essence qi to play the fallen soul flute. However, he was well versed in music and was extremely talented. He merely made use of the breeze created by Xie Tianfeng's charge to let out a strange sound through the sound hole of the fallen soul flute. Although the sound did not synthesize heaven and earth essence qi, it still affected Xie Tianfeng when it sounded in his ears. He paused for a moment and his consciousness blurred, recovering quickly. That momentary opening was enough for Gu Tongyu. Although Xie Tianfeng paused for a moment, Gu Tongyu did not. He raised the fallen soul flute in his hands and released the sound of the flute. At the same time, the fallen soul flute happened to be raised in front of Xie Tianfeng's face. Gu Tongyu's arm extended forward gently. Poof! A bloodied hole appeared on Xie Tianfeng's glabella from fallen soul flute. Xie Tianfeng had just snapped out of his stupor when he felt a sharp pain in his consciousness. However, this time round, his consciousness fell into a bottomless abyss, and he never woke up again. Thump! Xie Tianfeng fell to the ground with widened eyes, unable to rest in peace. When Su Zimo saw that, he could not help but praise internally. Gu Tongyo's attack was filled with imagination. The entire process was fluid as water with an indescribable elegance. It was a strange feeling. There seemed to be no blood or cruelty in the hands of this person. Instead, there was a hint of beauty. Gu Tongyu did not use much strength to kill Xie Tianfeng. Even so, his body swayed as well, as though he had expended a lot of energy, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. The wounds on his body ruptured once more. Tongyu Yu! Qiu Silio was worried. Gu Tongyu sighed gently. We're going to die here today. He was already at the end of his road and anyone present could kill the two of them. The three of you, head up. Commander Lu looked at Shangguan Qian, Sui Zhu Xian and Lin Ming who were left. Their expressions changed. Xie Tianfeng had just died and even if Gu Tongyu was already at the end of his rope, the three of them were afraid of Gu Tongyo's strange methods and did not dare to advance rashly. Lin Ming rolled his eyes and pointed to Su Zimo at the side. Commander Lu, let him go! He has just obtained the inheritance of Astral Sect. It's a good opportunity for everyone to witness his capabilities. Commander Lu's expression darkened. Initially, he wanted to hide this matter. He did not expect Lin Ming to reveal it directly. What inheritance of Astral Sect? At the side, Commander Li seemed to have sensed something and turned to ask. Nothing much. Commander Lu changed the topic and said coldly, Let's hurry and capture the two of them so that we can head back and report it to Princess Meng Yao. With that said, Commander Lu headed towards Gu Tongyu and Qiu Silio. Suddenly, a palm touched his shoulder and someone whispered into his ear. It's best if you don't head back. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.